Good morning, everybody, wherever you may be. Welcome to Homestead-Miami Speedway for Round 6 of the FARA Championship Series, the Hankook Tire 300. Great to have all of you with us on this first ever weekend for FARA, where we are streaming coverage. Again, you see in the upper right corner there, Driver's Eye Live, providing the streaming production, and just another step from the current management of FARA as they continue to make changes and increase the exposure and the prestige of this already really great series. So great to see it here. Want to welcome everybody who is here at the track. As I said, we are on the stream now as well, so great to have you here. Again, Hankook Tire normally is always the official tire of this series. They've been a great partner, stepping up for this race to be the title sponsor of the Hankook 300. We also want to say a big thank you to Fixie Wheels, to Colosso, to Rowe Motor Oil, to Southern Golf Cars, to Sergio's Printing, and to the Race Tailor, to Pilsen, and just a great group of partners that make this series happen here. Just to give you a rundown of what we're going to be dealing with today in terms of schedule. Up next, as I said, is going to be the second of 4 sprint races for the FARA Championship classes, which is the Modified Production cars and the FARA Prototypes. That race, they are 30-minute sprint races. Then we're going to be offer some what they call Academy, which is basically high-performance driver education classes and a lunch break. Then we will be back at noon starting to grid for our third FARA sprint race, which will unfold at 12:25. Then a couple of Academy sessions. Then we have open wheel cars here as well. If you're just joining us today, Formula Inter will have the first of their 2 races. That's scheduled to start around 2:05. During that race, we'll start gridding for the 4th sprint and the 90-minute Enduro for the FARA Championship cars. And we'll explain that as we get a little bit closer how that works. They run concurrently. Then at 4:10, we'll have our final door-to-door racing. Well, I guess it can't say door-to-door when it's an open-wheel car, but wheel-to-wheel racing at 4:10 for the second race for the Formula Inter Championship. And that will wrap things up for the actual wheel-to-wheel racing on track. We will wind the day up with a couple of the Academy Driving Academy sessions. So that's our schedule for today. If you're not really familiar with Homestead-Miami Speedway, it's 2.2 miles in length essentially. And we're running a couple of different configurations today. For the FARA Championship cars, we're running what's called the Roval Pro layout, where we use the entire infield section, turn 1 all the way to the exit of turn 9, which leads you back up onto the speedway, if you will. But then instead of using the somewhat serpentine turns 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 infield complex on the east side of the track, we're just running oval turns 3 and 4. Wow, did it produce some great racing and drafting yesterday. But for the Formula Inter cars, we will be running the full infield roval as well. So mixing things up just a little bit here. It should be a lot of fun. And here's a look, if you're looking at your screens here. This is the section that will be used for the Formula Inter cars, but will not be used for the FARA Championship cars. They'll be up on that banking right here, coming all the way around. And as they complete this, let's go around and show you a bit of a lap here of this great racetrack here. This is the exit of turn 4 on the oval, which will be our turn 11. This is where you come down off the oval, down into turn 1. Have to be careful about the transition. It's a tricky spot, very fast through there, and then you got to get on the brakes for that next turn. That is turn 2 on the white pavement there that cuts over. Then there's a chute into turn 3, and here you can see the exit of 2 and heading up into turn 3. And again, that 2 is deceptively tight because you come at it so fast. This is turn 3. It's a tight left-hander. Key exit no more than middle of the track. If you're all the way to driver's right or on the left of your screen, out by the grass on the left, you're never going to get the car swung over adequately to go through the next turn, which is crucial. Turn 4, because if you get turn 4 right, you're on the throttle and straightened out early. You just flick it through that little turn on the left there, turn 5, and then you're on one of the longer straights on the infield into a great passing zone here into turn 6. Now, the key for turn 6 is, yes, you can pass, but when you exit 6, turn 7 is increasing radius. So you want to get turn 6 right, because once you go to throttle, most cars can stay on it all the way through 7. And if you don't get it right, and they do, your competitors, you're going to be struggling all the way down to another great passing zone and hard braking area, which is turn 8. And again, if you're slower coming out of a corner in a cars that are similar, you're going to carry that deficit all the way to the next braking zone. This really could be one of the most, and today is certainly going to be the most important corner on the track. It's a tight hairpin. Turn 8 leads you back up onto the oval. It's a great overtaking area, but if you over slow in that corner or you overshoot it, you are slow all the way around and up onto the track. And you know what that means? You're going to be slow all the way around that banking. And so you're basically, that turn leads onto an incredibly long straight here, and then you complete the lap up there on the banking. Cars are out on the pace and parade lap. The guy who won yesterday, you should have been starting on pole, not running today. That's Marcel Fayenne. So on the pole, the winner yesterday in the FARA Prototype 3 category, the 29 of Teddy Alvarado. Then we will have Miguel Marcano, who was second in the MP1A category yesterday, the number 129 Porsche. He'll be joined by the MP1B category winner yesterday, Marc Julien, who happens to be the point leader in FARA Prototype 3 that Teddy Alvarado was one of his competitors in. So Marc changing it up here in the number 87. Beautiful white Porsche. Then our winner in the MP2A category will be next off, the 777 of Neil Dimitri, third in the points coming in on this weekend. Then starting in the fifth spot is the number 132 points leader in the MP2A category, Sophia Basler. She finished second in that class yesterday, and to Neil Dimitri. And Dimitri is 12 points behind in third. So he's basically about 33 points behind coming in here. That's going to help a lot if he can continue that kind of form. Adolfo Rossi was battling with Sophia for much of the race, ended up third after a quick spin. Apparently had a problem. He has changed cars, so today he will be running the number 60. And we'll keep an eye on that. They were really battling. Speaking of battling, starting in the 7th and 8th spots, the best race on the track yesterday, Jaden Beckman, she was absolutely fantastic. A race-long pursuit of Jose de las Casas, and she ended up winning by 0.1, 1/10 of a second, folks, over Jose. And that was in MP2B, first and second. Today, at least in this race, Jose, his co-driver, will be running, and that's Carlos Garcia will be in that car. Starting in the 9th spot, the number 77. Yesterday was Rick Carlos. Today it is Rick Tamarian will be on board that machine. Then in the 10th spot starting will be Marco Pisa. He is the points leader in the MP3A category by quite a bit, so he decided to jump up and try MP2B this weekend. Starting in the 11th spot, the number 18, John Bowerman, brand new to this championship, but a great run yesterday, second in MP3A. Then in the 12th spot, the number 3, David Tuati, who won MP3B yesterday. He's the leader in MP1A, but trying something a little different this weekend. Finishing in and starting in the 12th spot, the 65 of Milan Lewis, who's the point leader by some 22 points coming in MP3B, second to Tuati. And then third in the MP3A category, starting 14th to 71 of Patricio Franulik, second in the points in that category. And then our Honda Awards category, always exciting stuff. Rodolfo Rodriguez hanging on for the win by very little over Luis Canahuate yesterday. Luis and Rodrigo separated by 2 points coming into this weekend. Luis, the points leader. So Rodolfo doing a lot to try and address that. Finishing third in Honda Wars, the number 256 of Alex Garcia, fourth in the points coming in. And the field getting ready to go. We have a second prototype that is joining here as well. And I think that is the big Thunder Wolf Thunder car with the big V8 in it. Meanwhile, the green flag flies. We're green in the MP category as well. And right from the off, Miguel Marcano getting the jump over Marc Julien, the black nose, white rear Porsche over the all-white Porsche. Looks like David Tuati. No, check that. We'll make sure on that. Jaden Beckman got a storming start, sitting fourth right now, getting around on Carlos Garcia. Working their way down and through here. And now winding their way down into turn number 6. Got to get this one right. Marcano coming in. You can see the field forming up in close order behind. And a rocket start as well. We have a very interesting chassis in the field. It is called an X-bow or a crossbow. Oh, we got a car that's struggling coming out of turn 7, bottlenecking a big group of cars here, just way off the pace. We'll keep an eye on that. But this crossbow is a very fascinating car. It looks very much like a prototype car in many ways. Oh, we got a couple of cars off over in turn 8 as well. Yeah, so some serious problems for some of our runners. What a shame here. Oh, that one car, oh my goodness. Got back to speed, but did it from, somehow got over onto the banking, came on and almost collected somebody. And Jaden Beckman, who had that great run yesterday and a great start today, crawling, heading over into turn number 10 or oval 3, up against the outside wall. I can't tell from here whether she contacted that wall, but she is stopped, and that is a very sketchy area. I don't see how we're not going to get a caution here at this point. So really, really unfortunate for Jaden, but we had a couple of cars struggling a bit, and then that resumption from somehow getting over onto the oval banking and then just rocketing through. Not great by any means here. And here we go, full course caution. Full course caution has come out. And what a shame for Jaden. She was brilliant yesterday in her pursuit of Jose de las Casas. And getting the win by a 1/10 of a second, grabbing the lead, starting the last lap, and then hanging on to it. Pretty amazing stuff. So, early caution, and this is always a bit of an issue in these 30-minute sprints, because you've got to get the field under control before you can get out and get the field or get the car that's in issue, get them removed off the track. So that's definitely a concern. So basically what happens now, if you're not real familiar with racing, the field is what they would call neutralized, for lack of a better term. And what that means is that everybody is slowed down. You pack up behind the pace car. So for a couple of the drivers that had great starts, that's going to really, if we get this cleared up pretty quickly, and once the field is up under gathered and slowed down, if Jade did not get into the wall and break anything, it was just a mechanical that slowed, and she kind of got trapped up there. They ought to be able to just hook up and get her towed in quickly and get us back to racing. And as you can see, the pace car now leading the field into turn 8. Field bunching up behind right now. And I'd sure like to know who it was in that white Porsche that ran wide in 8. Might be 777. That would be Neil Dimitri. But somebody just came storming back up onto the track, and at a much faster head of speed than the people exiting after being so slow in turn 8. And it looked pretty sketchy, So We'll see what happens here. Clock is running. That's under a full course caution. The clock continues to run, and now with the field packed up now as best as possible behind the safety car, you see two of our EV response vehicles making their way over to Jaden. So this should be able to be addressed quickly. I believe our lead car, it's not on my entry list, is the 00. That would be, I think, Manny Sanchez. And then the two cars, that would be a FARA Prototype 1. And that is part of the Wolf Thunder car package, and that is the top end package. It's got a big stonking V8 in the back and makes a ton of power and has all of the aero and handling of the prototype category. And they're a very popular car here in FARA, these Wolf Thunder machines. You see they have sort of a, an open wheel look to them, but they are prototypes. The wheels are covered, and they are true prototype cars. And there's, for the Wolf machines, those, they have the ones that are powered by the motorcycle engines, which has them. That would be the FP3 category. And then the big one with the V8, that is in the FP1. Just to explain some of the class designations in MP, or modified production, it's basically all power to weight, and it's based on displacement. And MP1 A and B are the higher displacement of all the cars in the field, up to 4 liters. The MP1A would include 4 liters in GT3 cars or GT3 Cup cars. MP1B, 3.8 liter cars and limited production V8s. Limited production V8. So you could have a Corvette in that class, but it's going to have very limited modifications on it, and to keep it in line. Then you've got MP2 A and B, which again, just another step down in terms of size. MP2A would be the SRO GT4 cars, and other cars up to 3.6 liters. MP2B was a class pretty much for what would be called touring cars these days. For instance, a BMW M3, the BMW M2 would run there. MP3A and B, MP3 is up to 3 liters. MP3B is up to 2.5 liters. Then we have MP4, which is Honda Civics, Mazda Miatas, the small Janettas, and then Honda Wars, which is one of my favorite classes. You can run any Honda chassis you want. It just has to have in the engine bay a 1.8 liter B series Honda engine. The 1.8 liter, B series Honda engine, and that is what the different class designations are. So MP1, most powerful cars, MP2, MP3, MP4, and then Honda Wars. So that's how that sort of checks out here. Oh, Sophia Baszler ducking down into the pits during a sprint race. Never like to see this. She must have been having some issue here. They are looking at the right rear corner of that car, checking. Well, it could be a number of things. Checking to see if the tire was cut, checking to see if there's been damage to the suspension, any kind of toe in, toe out, and I think I just saw the mechanic say, "You're good, get going." And Jaden Beckman now is back running and into the pits. Now she's going to have lost a couple of laps, to be sure, but she's coming in. What a shame for yesterday's race winner in the category. The second of our FP3 cars that is out there is the 23 of Alex Hernandez. And Alex, one of the drivers, he's currently tied for third in the FP3 category. He didn't run yesterday, so apparently it was a late entry today. Tied for third in that category. Only 10 points behind Teddy Alvarado. So nice to have him be able to come out and run with us today. At the time of our yellow flag, Rodolfo Rodriguez had the lead in the Honda Wars category. And Patricio Franulik has the lead in the MP3A category. I saw David Tuati running slowly, trying to catch the back of the field, yesterday's winner, so not exactly sure what was happening there. The 129 of Miguel Marcano, again, the black Porsche with the white back. The 129 leading in MP1A, Mark Julien in the all-white Porsche leading in MP1B. Then the 60 of, all right, looks like we're getting ready to go back to green here. Pace car is in. Car is coming out of the speedway. We're green. We are back at it. And boy, Manny Sanchez did not get much of a jump. And the two FP3 cars kind of swarmed him, and Manny tried to get back through him, and they shut the door. He had to jump on the brakes. And I'll tell you what, we've got a great scrap. Custodio Toledo, who started at, I think, the back of the field, is already up to 5th overall in that black Crossbow. That somewhat prototypical looking car. That car runs in the MP2A category. There, you can see on the infield, down into turn 6, the problem that car has is it doesn't have a lot of power. It's got, I believe, a 2-liter Audi turbo engine in it. And that Porsche up in front has a lot more grunt, but in the twisty bits, that Crossbow is absolutely phenomenal. So Custodio Toledo up into that position right now. Oh, and a big lunge going down onto turn 8, onto the inside. For position, do they make that work? Side by side, and the pass is done. I think that was the 241 of Aiden Ramos on Adolfo Rossi, possibly. No, that's one of the Porsches that was back in the pack just a little bit. Arcano doing a nice job trying to build the margin. Oh, very close moment. Porsche diving down the inside of Custodio, down at the exit of 1. Going for the move that opened the door up. Another of the Porsches is sliding through, and that first Porsche almost lost it at the apex of 1. The angle was so tight into that corner. So that was Aiden Ramos and Mark Julien, I believe. And the number 55 of Jose de las Casas, that's the car he ran yesterday. As I said, today it's Carlos Garcia on board that machine. In a pretty pitched duel out there. And up front right now, Teddy Alvarado is gone. Ooh, a couple of cars streaming. Oh, and a late break. He moved down into 1. The door shut by Marcano. That is the 241 of Aiden Ramos in that Porsche. That's running in the MP1A category, so that's the top category. So trying to make up some ground. A late entry had to start at the back of the pack. And behind him is the all-white Porsche. They're both white, but the all-white Porsche of Mark Julien. Interestingly, as I said, the leader in the FP3 points category. So apparently decided to follow the dictum of Monty Python and said, well, now for something completely different. And giving it a go, and a respectable one at that. Adolfo Rossi doing a really nice job at the number 60. Yes, oh, big lockup and a spin, and I think that was Custodio Toledo over at the exit of turn 8. Actually lost it going in. Let's hope he was able to keep it running, because where he's sitting right now, that is a sketchy place. All right, looks like he got it moving, maybe. Yes, he does. He moves off. Great news there for sure. Ramos again, closing up on Marcano down into turn 1. Looks like Ramos a little bit more comfortable on the brakes. A little bit more comfortable on the brakes than Marcano is. Ramos just really going deep and making it pay. And then you got Rossi. As I said, yesterday ran a blue Ginetta. Today it looks like it's a white, orange, and black one. Then behind him is the bright yellow car of Jaden Beckman, but unfortunately, due to that incident, she in that stall and the like, she is down a number of laps here. And our battle in Honda Wars continues. The red 215 Honda of Rodolfo Rodriguez and the sort of white and blue Honda of points leader, the number 89, Luis Canahuete, are separated by 0.7 of a second. That's how they ran pretty much the whole day yesterday. Some great stuff. Ramos clear now of Marcano. So a lead change in the MP1A category. Ramos doing a nice job out there. Great looks in the cars as they head through turn number 6. And traffic always plays a bit of a role here, and you hope you get it when you're in these much quicker cars in the straights. If you catch somebody in the corner at just the wrong time, that can be a real issue for you. Here's the 65 of Milan Lewis, currently leading the MP3B category, I believe. Great battle unfolding here in the MP3A category. That's Patricio Franulik and Rick Carlos and Jonathan Bowerman. Boy, they are giving it a serious go out there right now. They got some fast traffic coming up behind them. We saw yesterday how the fast cars can really affect that battle here. And Franulik doing a really nice job out front in that category right now. Jonathan Bowerman finished pretty up in front of him yesterday. And Rick Carlos right in the mix as well. So some really good racing in that category here. Some of the quicker cars coming through, causing a wee bit of consternation there. All right, here we come. Out of 7, using every bit of curves is Patricio Fernulik there in that silver BMW, using every bit of the racetrack he possibly can. Oh, and a spin over at the exit of 8 by one of our FP3 competitors in one of those FARA prototypes. By the color, it looked like it could be our leader in that class, Teddy Alvarado. Let's hope he was able to keep it running. The 00 of Manny Sanchez well out in front of that category. Here comes the 77 of Rick Carlos. Then Jonathan Bowerman, and then so they both got around on Patricio Fernulik. Adolfo Rossi leading the MP2A category right now by a fair chunk. Neil Dimitri checked out yesterday, but Rossi has responded. And with Sophia Baszler making that pit stop, she has dropped down the order now significantly. And that prototype still sitting over there. It's kind of off of the racing line. He spun to the inside, and it looks like the car is not on the track. It's close, but it's not on the track, so they're leaving that car out there for now, apparently. Oh, and we've got a car off, as you can see, folks, at the exit of turn 4, kind of into that little bend into turn 5. It's tough to see which one it is. So we have a couple of cars off now in spot. Oh, no! Our front runner in the Honda Wars category coming down into the pits. That's the 89, Luis Canahute, making a stop. That is going to cost him dearly. As I said, he came into the weekend 2 points in the lead in the class. And the guy that he's racing, Rodolfo Rodriguez, winning it yesterday and leading today. And Rodriguez now will end up having a pretty solid lead over the field. Alex Garcia will advance up into the second spot. And also wanted to say, in the 009 car that's out there right now, it's listed on the entry list as 3 guys, Jonathan, Charles, and Roberto. And driving this race is Charles Vacarin, who's visiting from Brazil and wanted to come out and see what this was all about. And Pace Car is out. Pace Car is out, picking up the overall leader. And really don't have much option. Although that prototype over at turn 8 was able to continue, but the one up against the wall, driver's left, coming out of 4 into turn 5, somebody gets that wrong or somebody touches, very easy to make contact. So this will kind of compress the field, and anybody who lost some distance to one of their competitors now has a golden opportunity to do something on the restart here. Field getting gathered up. We seem to be having a little glitch in our scoring here, so we'll try and sort things out for you at this stage. Looks like it may just now be updating. So right now, as we have under 3 minutes to go, about 2.5 minutes to go here. So we've got some interesting battles. I don't know if we're going to get back to green. Oh, the starter just pulled the double yellows here. They have that car under tow. I think that may have been one of our Honda Wars cars. Possibly Carlos Lazaro. Now they can run him straight off at the exit there. There's a place you can tuck over there at the exit of turn 5 or turn 6. Maybe we get back to it here. Nope, checker flag comes out. Not enough time. And one thing you don't want to do is rush that and do it safely. So just a wise move. Get the checker out there. And Luis Canahute had an issue bad enough he had to pull into the paddock. And he's coming out now. He can cross the finish line in pit lane and still get something in terms of points. So Manny Sanchez wins overall. In that great battle in the MP3A category, Rick Carlos getting the win over Bowerman and Franulik. The 241 of Aiden Ramos, who made that great charge through the field. Man, he was driving with abandon out there, slinging that Porsche around. Gets the win in MP1A over the 129 of Miguel Marcano. Miguel, of course, driving that black Porsche with the white back. Sanchez in that FP1 prototype wins overall. Mark Julien in the number 87, the all-white Porsche, wins an MP1B, and he was out there duking it out with the guys in MP1A. Adolfo Rossi in that MP2A category, winning that pretty handily over Custodio Toledo. After that car's struggles a little bit. Then Carlos Garcia in the number 55 Coconut Cartel BMW, winning in MP2B, bringing that one home with a 7th place overall finish. Nice job by Carlos there in that Ronnie Sport Racing BMW. MP2A, 3rd in class, the 777 of Neil Dimitri, yesterday's winner in that beautiful Porsche. And then we talked about that great MP3A battle, winning an MP3B, the number 65 of Milan Lewis. As it turns out, David Tuati had an issue, went out, did one slow lap, came right back in at the start of the race, so it technically never even completed a lap. The number 23 of Alex Hernandez is listed back in 13th overall in his FP3 car. And Rodolfo Rodriguez in the 215, winning again in the Honda Wars class. Comfortably clear with the exit of Luis Canaute. Gets a very comfortable win in that category. Still in all, Canaute will end up with 3rd place points. Jaden Beckman hanging in there, and she'll earn some decent points in her MP2B category, although down a lot farther. What a shame for her after the big win yesterday. And then some of the other cars that struggled. Marcel Fayen, who didn't even make it to the grid and then had some issues during the race. He was our winner yesterday in the overall for Marcel, so that's a tough break for him. Teddy Alvarado, who I said, I think he was the one who got hung up and had that spin out there. Then we have a mystery car in the 20th spot. And our 4th place car in the Honda Wars, that's the 256 of Alex Garcia. And our newcomers, Charles Vacarin, again, visiting from Brazil and wanted to give this a try. So cool to have him out. And then the last car to finish, Sophia Basler, but she was in and out of the pits well down the order in 23rd. So, race 2 in the books for the FARA Championship Series here as part of the Hankook 300 weekend. Second of the sprint races, 2 more to come. The last one, as I've talked about, will be running concurrently with the 90-minute Enduro. Well, it's an eventful race. There was some good battling out there, but a lot of it was more plagued by cars having struggles. Jaden Beckman up suddenly slowing and stopping on the speedway, other cars spinning, all kinds of things. And Jaden right now pulled into the pits, but stopped, and her crew took off at a full run. She's apparently having some now. She's able to get going. So, but the next run is going to be coming up for this category. Will be coming up right after the lunch break. It will start gridding at 12 o'clock. That race will unfold at 12:25. Then we'll have a couple of the academy sessions. We're going to have a couple of those now. Then lunch, that will unfold as well. Then the academy sessions will resume at 1 o'clock after that 3rd FARA sprint. Then at 2:05, the open wheel cars take to the track for their first of 2 races. Formula Inter, really close racing in this category. Then at 2:35, the final of the races for the FARA Championship classes, the Modified Production and FARA Prototype, will start. The first half hour will include, it will be a 90-minute Enduro, but the first half hour will also be scored for those in the Sprint Championship for 30 minutes. And then if they didn't sign up for the Enduro, then they just complete their lap and pit. And for another 60 minutes, the Enduro entrance will continue. And then our last wheel-to-wheel action coming up at 4:10 for Formula Inter. So that folks, is the schedule that is coming up for the rest of the day. Again, one big shout out to the folks at Hankook Tire, not only the official tire of this championship, but also the title sponsor of this great weekend. So a big thanks to them. We appreciate everything that they do and have done. So that's absolutely great, and we appreciate it. Again, please do, if you're at the track here, remember now the food trucks look like they are open and ready for an early lunch. Call it brunch on a Sunday. Head on over there. They have an awning up with some tables underneath if you'd like to relax outside. So please go check it out. The food is fabulous. Please don't miss that opportunity. And we do have vendors inside in the media center. So please take a wander through there. It's nice and cool, and you can enjoy that for sure. So again, obviously a huge thanks as always to Hankook, but also to Fixie Wheels, to Colosso, to Rowe Motor Oil, to Southern Golf Cars, to the Race Tailor, to Chicago Atlantic. A big, big thank you to all the supporters of this 2023 FARA Championship for the first time being streamed here on Driver's Eye Live. Hope you're enjoying it. We're sure having fun bringing it to you. We'll be back in a little while.
Attention fanatic FARA racers. Grid will be closing momentarily. Please make your way to the grid for our third sprint race of the weekend. FARA racers, to the grid.
Good afternoon, everybody. Great to have you with us here. You might already be hearing in the background that we have some wind moving in a little bit here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. This time of year, you never know what you're going to get, but when FARA is here, you know you're going to get fun racing, and that's what this is all about. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us here. The first weekend ever streaming the coverage of the FARA Championship Series events. This is the Hankook Tire 300, Round 6 of the FARA Championship Series from Homestead-Miami Speedway. I'm Greg Creamer. Great to have you with us here, taking a look at the front straight here at this wonderful track, utilizing a little different layout than we have. If you've been here for any of the races previously, we are definitely using the full infield part of the track up through the exit of turn 9 where you rejoin the banking. But for the FARA championship classes, we will not be using the 10, 11, 12, this section you're looking at here where it's a little bit busy and the like. We've used it in the past and it makes great racing, but we are running this time what they call the Roval Pro layout, which includes oval 3 and 4, which becomes turns 10 and 11 on this layout. It has produced some fascinating racing. It really allows you to be able to do some drafting, get a good toe, make a nice move, strategize a little bit more. It's been really, really fun to watch. And what it does is it puts an absolute premium on getting an exit out of turn 8 that is strong, early acceleration, so that you can maximize every bit of exit speed out of 8, because now instead of getting a short straight and then diving back down to the infield, for a number of these cars, this oval section's flat out, so now you have what amounts to a really long straight, and that is what's going to be really compelling for us to be able to watch here as this gets going. So really looking forward to this one. This is the third race. Our first race was absolutely fascinating, and enjoying that to no end. That was yesterday. This morning's race, a little bit more interesting, for lack of a better term. We had lots of interesting developments unfolding, and that, of course, with yellow flags and all of that sort of thing. So that's kind of what we're dealing with here, but we are very much looking forward to this one getting underway. And if it mirrors what we had yesterday, we'll be in really good form here and having a lot of fun. That is exactly what we're looking for here. So getting ready for that one to unfold. And again, the way that the scoring works in terms of points for a weekend, if you win, you get 10 points, and this is not toward the season championship. This is simply to determine who wins the weekend. If you get 10 points, if you win, you get 10. If you're second, you get 9, etc. And then that turns out whoever has the highest combined score over the 4 sprint races, they're the ones that win in their class over the weekend. So it's difficult to determine, all right, we can look at, okay, this guy's had a win in a second and he was only 2 points back. All right, maybe he's going to take a serious run at it here. But that's how it works. Multiple class racing in a sprint format. Doesn't get a whole lot more exciting than that. You got a number of different classes in the modified production category. It's all based by power, engine displacement, and weight. And it sounds a little bit like alphabet soup, but it really does make sense. MP1 has an A and B, and that's for the fastest production cars out there. The 4-liter Porsche Cup cars, GT3 level cars. MP1A is for 3.8-liter production cars, or limited prep, as they call it, limited prep V8s. To keep them in line. Then you have MP2 A and B, and those are slightly lower displacements in those, 3 liters, 2.5, and the like. So that's how it all plays out. So that's really what happens in the categories. And then we've got 3 cars running in what is called FARA Prototype. And that, exactly as it sounds, these are really trick prototype cars, a lot of downforce. 2 of them run in what's called FARA Prototype, or FP3, and they are powered by a 1-liter motorcycle engine. So they really get going. Huge downforce, lots of downforce, and they get through corners incredibly quickly. But they're at a little bit of a deficit to some of the high horsepower production cars on the straights. However, our overall pole sitter and the guy who won the race earlier this morning, Manny Sanchez, and he has been an absolute stalwart in road racing, particularly in Florida, for many, many years. It's his company, the Wolf Thunder Cars, is the company that he owns and builds these wonderful cars. His car has a big V8 in the back, so it has all that downforce and agility in the corners and also tremendous straight line speed. So lots to go here. Keep your eyes, you could say it's at the back of the field. To me, it's always near the front of the field because I'm watching them so often. It's the class called Honda Wars, and that's a really cool category. It could be any Honda chassis you want. You just have to make sure you have inserted a 1.8 liter B series Honda engine. And as a result, they run so close. It is so much fun to be watching those cars. So there's lots to keep your eyes on here. Multi-class racing at its absolute best in the sprint format in sports car racing. FARA does that incredibly well. So really looking forward to this one unfolding. And we've seen some great battles. Yesterday we had tremendous battles in the MP2B category that came down to a last lap pass and a winning margin of 1/10 of a second. And as always, some incredibly fun racing in the Honda Wars category. So lots to enjoy here. Here's a look at that incredibly crucial turn 8 I was talking about, because normally you'd come out of 8 and then that little bend that leads you back up onto the speedway would be turn 9. And then a short shoot, and then you drop back into the infield. So now you can see, look at all that running. Just look at that oval as it runs around. And like I said, for a lot of these cars, that's flat. So this becomes, as I said, a significant straightaway. And that means you want to be able to get after that pretty solidly here. So really looking forward to this one coming good here. Hopefully, as I said, we'll have a little bit cleaner race than we did, and that will promote much better racing. And it wasn't, like lots. I mean, there were a couple of spins, but it was no wrecks or anything. But we had a couple of spins. We also had a couple of slight moments in terms of mechanical problems where cars stopped on the track. So, all right, pace car is making its move, so let's get you through the starting lineup. Based on where you finished in the previous race. So Manny Sanchez in that 00 FP1 category, FARA Prototype 1 monster of a Wolf Thunder machine, will start from pole. Aiden Ramos, who came from deep in the field in race 2 earlier in the number 241 Porsche to win in MP1A, will be right up there. We always, though, put the prototypes up near the sharp end of the field. So starting second, essentially, will be Teddy Alvarado, who had a big win yesterday with the fastest lap in the race. And then we also have, whereas the Alex Hernandez will actually be starting in the second spot, with Teddy Alvarado starting in the third spot for this one. So that's how we get through. Then again, Aiden Ramos for the modified production cars will start on pole, with Miguel Marcano, who's had 2 seconds in the MP1A category, so he'd like to write that. Mark Julian in the number 87, the beautiful white Porsche, he would like to get another win. He's already had 2, having a really good weekend. Adolfo Rossi, who struggled in yesterday's race, came back with a different car. He had a problem with the car, came back with a really solid run, and in this second race earlier today with a big win. So a nice job there. Custodio Toledo in the very evocative looking Crossbow, also having a really strong run here earlier today as well, and ended up finishing right behind Adolfo Rossi after mixing it up way up into the field. Jose De Las Casas, who had a big win yesterday, or finished second yesterday, his co-driver, Carlos Garcia, got the win for them in the second race. Jose will be back behind the wheel. Neil Dimitri, who had a big win yesterday, ended up with a third this morning. So doing a nice job. Rick Carlos put together a nice run and got the win in the MP3A category a little bit earlier today. He's starting next up. Then Jonathan Bowerman, a new driver to the field, had a great run to second in the race earlier today. So learning the ropes very nicely. Then the 71 of Patricio Franulik ended up third in the MP3A category earlier today. So having a good run. And the MP3B, the winner was Malon Lewis, who ended up second yesterday, but getting the win today. That's the nice thing about these multiple weekends, is you always get an opportunity to give it another go here. Like I said, Alex Fernandez, even though he had problems in the race and finished well down where you would expect, ended up winning in the FP3 category. Rodolfo Rodriguez notched his second straight win in Honda Wars. Carlos Lazaro, next starter in the number 213, was second in the race earlier today. Luis Rene Canahuate, who came in here with the points lead, only 2 ahead of Rodolfo Rodriguez, is maybe going to have some problems here, as he is looking really, really stout. Rodolfo is, and running really well here. All right, here we go, and looks like we're going to get another pace lap. I'm not sure exactly why. There's a car. Okay. There's a car that stalled. Looks like the exit of 2 right in the approach to turn 3. See the wrecker on site over there from my angle up here. You can see the yellow flags waving. So where the pace car is right now, going to make that turn, and then just to the left of your screen, you can see the response vehicle sitting there. Now he's starting to move. So a little bit of a delay in the start here. Trying to see who that might be. It's one of the BMWs, but I'm from this distance can't really see. Couldn't catch that car number. Now you hate to see that right off the gate here. See somebody having those kind of problems. That's really unfortunate. Oh, it's the 009. That's a real shame. That's a group of drivers, Jonathan, Charles, and Roberto. And in the previous race, Charles Vacarin was the guy who raced it, did a nice job coming up to third in class. And he's visiting from Brazil and heard about FARA and wanted to give it a go. So you really hate to see that happen there, as there's 3 of them sharing the car. That's really unfortunate. We really do hate to see that, obviously. All right, but the field now making their way once again over into the banking. So let's see what might avail here, and hopefully we're going to get a start here in short order. All right, pace car makes the move down into pit lane. Watching the starters stand. We're green! Race 3 underway, and for some reason, Manny Sanchez looked like he maybe missed a shift and bogged, and the 2 other FP3 cars with much less power almost swamped them. They're side by side down through turn 2 for the battle, the lead in the FP3 category. Still side by side through 3, finally slotting up into the lead comes Alex Hernandez. Problems, it looks like, for Teddy Alvarado, suddenly slowing on the run down into turn number 6. Oh, it's a shame. Out here battling for points and having a bit of an issue here. And still trying to get the car back around. Now, great job. Huge kudos to Teddy. He went to the cutout over there, right where these cars are. You see that little piece of road to the right. He turned in there and saved a full course caution. Big kudos to him for sure. Somebody to watch for here is Marcel Fayenne in the black Porsche. I think he's right there already. He came from 21st spot and is already knocking on the door of the top 5. 3 abreast down the back straight as Fayen, wow, what a move, goes to the inside of the 777 of Dimitri and Adolfo Rossi. So pass for the lead right off the go here by Adolfo Rossi. He had been holding it in the MP2A category. And Dimitri in the 777 Porsche, who had an off. He won yesterday. He had an off in the race earlier, came back and finished. So we're going to keep an eye on that. And also another battle that's going to be a stout one if Jaden Beckman, who dueled with Jose de las Casas for almost the entirety of the race yesterday and ended up making a last lap pass going into turn 1 and 2 and then held off Jose. Well, that battle has resumed, and she is right on the back of the orange BMW. And it looks like Rossi, who was so quick in this race this morning with that new chassis, is struggling a little bit today. But that battle for the lead in the MP2B category coming your way here into turn 8. The back of this group, there is the 777 of Dimitri now leading. But here we go. And Beckman showing the nose to Jose de las Casas. And Jose covered it. And then Beckman, she did a great job of reading that, swung out wide, trying to turn in underneath. And now up onto the banking. It's a drag race. Jose able to stretch that out. Here he comes. That orange Coconut Cartel, then that bright yellow car of Jaden Beckman, and then Adolfo Rossi behind them running in a category higher. He's running in the MP2A category and Jose in the MP2B category. But Rossi having some sort of an issue in the car. He is now under attack going into turn 2 by Sophia Baszler, who had a great run dicing with Rossi yesterday. Had a mechanical problem this morning and ended up well down the order. And as they now come out of turn number 4 and heading into 5, we've got 2 great battles heading in to turn number 7. Jaden Beckman taking a look, going down into turn 7, so close, or turn 6, I should say, not able to get it done. There they are. And right behind, there's Rossi with Baszler in that white Porsche with the pink trim. That is a battle for position as well for second in class. We've got great scraps going everywhere right now. Gotta love what we're seeing here. And Marcel Fayen has up 10 spots already in his MP1A Porsche as he's trying to get to the front and do a back-to-front win here. But these 2 battles right now, so compelling. Out of turn 8 now, heading into the banking over in turn number 10. Comes that battle with De las Casas and Beckman. And behind them, Rossi and Baszler having a really strong run as well down the front. There they are. The first 2 cars is the De las Casas Beckman battle, and you just saw it side by side up and around the outside on the banking there as well. Rick Carlos, and I think that was Marco Pisa. 2 different classes, but side by side up on the banking, they're having fun. Boy, Beckman glued to the back right now of the number 55, the orange BMW, the Coconut Cartel machine of De las Casas. That's a Ronnie Sport Racing entry with the Ruckus Racing entry of Beckman. Side by side now is Baszler right behind them, trying the outside move. Rossi on that Janetta trying to stay with it and deep in. And Baszler right there sweeps the outside in that white Porsche with the pink stripes. That is now second place she has taken in their category. That is the MP2A category. Sophia came in here with a big lead, but look at Rossi trying to fight back again. Baszler has to protect, and that tight entry could really limit her exit speed. Let's see if Rossi able to do anything with that. His car looks like it's there, and then it looks like it lays down a little bit. Then it's there, then it looks like it lays down a little bit. So he's having a bit of a struggle right now. Looking back at our battle in the Honda Wars, and once again, Rodolfo Rodriguez holding station at the front. Luis Rene Canaoite, who had to come up from a little bit farther in the field than he's used to, has now got within 2.5 seconds as he's trying to charge after Rodolfo, then Alex Garcia, and then Carlos Lazaro, all there as well. Oh, and one of our prototypes, that looks to be Alex Hernandez in the 23. The FP3 has snapped around. Turn 8 really is catching out these cars, particularly these prototypes, and not sure what the reason might be. To be honest with you, folks, it might be simply pure greed. They get turned in and think, all right, gotta go, and go to the hammer. And, that turn, you're not running really fast through that corner, so the aero on those cars is going to be less effective. And so then you go to throttle. And believe me, those little 1 liter engines in the back of that, they have a lot of punch. And when you go to throttle hard, they snap around. Oh, and Jaden Beckman was thinking of making a pass around the outside of Jose de las Casas, and they came up into the yellow flag zone, and she had to bail on that. But Adolfo Rossi now has somehow gone back around on Sophia Basler. In that car, it really is bizarre what's going on with that car right now, because there are moments when that car, he's just blew by both De Las Casas and Beckman with absolute ease in driving away from Basler, and then suddenly it just seems to slow down, and they just start stonking up underneath and closing on him. So he's dealing with something that's kind of tricky out there right now. There you see him heading into turn 2. The first of those 4 cars now is Rossi in that really trick little Ginetta. Basler, the 4th in line. And that Ginetta, pretty cool car. It's really, really agile. And the way that it works, it's very lightweight. It's incredibly well balanced because the driver sits way back in that front engine car. So it makes it really, really handle well. Ooh, Beckman taking a look down the inside of De Las Casas into 6. Not quite enough. And Basler just watching it all unfold. What I was saying about that Ginetta, the power plant in it is a bone stock Ford V6 engine, the same engine that is in the V6 Mustang. It's bone stock, but because of how light the car is and how agile it is, it can be wheeled at this level here. Just keeping things at Marcel Fayen, folks, from dead last in the field, up 13 spots and into the overall lead, into the lead in the MP1A category in that black Porsche. It's still Manny Sanchez in the 00 FP1 Wolf Thunder. And in that car with that big V8, Thunder is the right word. Look at when that car's hooked up, he's just gone. But then whatever happens, the car just lays down on him a little bit. You can hear the thunder of Manny Sanchez as he comes through down into turn 1. Right there goes Manny in that black prototype. Obviously want to give him his due because he's having an absolutely superb race right now. Rodolfo Rodriguez in that Honda Wars battle is actually opening the margin up on Luis Rene Canahuete. So having a bit of a struggle there as well. Oh, and a big spin again. Alex Hernandez. Oh, that was a replay. Sorry. All right, so that was a look at the Alex Hernandez spin. And that looked like maybe just had a problem on the down change. Meanwhile, here comes our battle. And you can see Manny Sanchez, the overall leader, working through those cars. And sometimes that can hugely disrupt a battle here. But he should be able to easily get by Beckman. There he goes around the outside of Beckman. And the rules are pretty good. If you see a faster car coming, you stay low on that banking. Let the faster car go through. And both Beckman and Jose doing that very, very well. But Jose de las Casas now has been able to open that margin up. This is a very highly technical term, by a skosh. And Baszler, like I said, she had a mechanical issue earlier today, and I think that's still bothering her a little bit because normally in that MP 2A car of hers, she should be able to get by Jaden and Jose just because that car has got more speed potential. And Sophia's a good driver, there's no question about that. Comes in here with a sizable point lead in that category, but it looks like she just doesn't have the punch, the power coming out of the corners to allow her to be able to drive by and then be able to check out here. Ooh, 3 abreast, that's tough math down into turn 8. That red car, that is your leader right now in the Honda Wars. That's Rodolfo Rodriguez doing a really nice job as he's going for his 3rd straight win if he can keep it together here. And as I said, he just continues. Yeah, he stretched that gap even more back to Rene Canahute. Now, Louis did have a problem in the earlier race and struggled a little bit. Marco Pisa right now sitting 3rd in the MP2B category, but a ways back from the De Las Casas-Beckman battle. Then in the MP3A category, it's Rick Carlos in the 77 BMW leading that one over Jonathan Beckman, but only by a Bowerman. And I'll tell you, Jonathan Bowerman, new driver to this championship, and he's finished 2nd in both races to that car, but both races so far, every time he's finished, that margin of victory has been much, much closer. So Bowerman is figuring this out. 3rd in that category is Patricio Fanulik. Milan Lewis having things his own way right now in the 65 Porsche Boxster in the MP3B category. For some reason, Aiden Ramos, who won MP1A in his Porsche in that first race, struggling mightily and way down the order. Yeah, he's lost 16 spots from where he started as he comes by us right now. Car looks good, so he must have had a moment out there. We didn't catch it. And looking now for here he comes down the front straight, is our leader now in the MP1A category, heading down into turn 1. What a drive by Marcel Fayen. As I said, started 21st and is now up into the lead. It's not a bad day at the office. Working his way now through turn 3, 4. There he is. Give him a little time on the cameras here. He deserves it with a drive like that. He's really quick. He's been one of the guys that just plays at the front end of the MP1A category, and that is the fastest class in the modified production here. That is a 4-liter Porsche GT3 Cup car. It has some serious grunt, and it handles incredibly. As you can imagine, pretty much anything Porsche builds as a turnkey race car gets the job done. Neil Dimitri he went to the lead in the MP2A category and has about an 8-second lead. He comes by the start-finish line right now. About an 8-second lead over this guy coming at you, folks. That is Adolfo Rossi. And whatever the problem was with that car, it looks like it's cleared because he has been just throwing down some really impressive laps. Last one a 130.0, and that's significantly quicker than Dimitri. So that's gonna, yeah, he went from 8 seconds adrift to 6. So that is gonna be a battle to keep a close eye on here. Sophia Baszler, oh, Jose De Las Casas down into turn number 2. Yeah, I thought for a minute he might get held up, but he was able to sneak through and get around. And how quickly did Jaden Beckman get through? Gosh, he didn't lose much either as they come through 3 now into 4. And Sophia a little bit offline there. She worked around that lap car. Boy, this one has flown by, folks. Only 10 minutes left in this race. Got that little bit of a late start due to that caution off the line. Let's give a shout out here to Patricio Franulik. Once again, a solid third in the beautiful number 71 BMW. Oh, we have a new leader now. A new leader in the MP2B category, Jaden Beckman, getting through. They're up on the banking now, heading into turn 10. And Beckman has taken the lead. Watch for them to appear. Should be the next couple of cars. And there it is. Beckman up in front of Jose de las Casas. I did not see where that pass was made, but she is through. And Sophia Baszler going to try, and she does. Finally clears them both. That may open a lane for Jose de las Casas. Beckman got trapped up on the outside, and de las Casas dives down to the inside. Can Beckman roll enough speed? She does. Boy, she just firmly slammed the door on Jose and kept that lead. Here they come. Baszler now in that white Porsche with the pink stripes now can set sail and see what she can do. I'm not sure that car is running 100% though. But now, does Beckman ease away, or does Jose start to come after them and see what he can do here? In another great battle now was in the MP3A category. That 77 of Carlos is now, as they head into turn 3, now into 4, is under huge attack by Jonathan Bowman. Good battle there. That margin has shrunk noticeably. They are now coming, the next group of cars here, up into turn number 6. There is that 77 leading right now in the class of Rick Carlos, but that black car behind is Bowman, and that margin has shrunk considerably. And Bowerman, I keep saying Bowman, I apologize, it's Bowerman. He is really putting together a great ride here. Here they come into turn 8. Again, crucial to get through this corner. If nobody's behind you, so you're not under threat of being passed in 8, you want to really do what's called squaring up that corner. Go in a little deep, get that car rotated so you can go to the throttle as early as is possible to get a drive out of there. And eyeballing our battle in the MP2A category, the 777 Porsche Cayman of Dimitri and Adolfo Rossi. That last lap, Adolfo actually ran a little bit slower than Neil did, so that has stabilized a little bit. Really aggressive move there in traffic. Well done by Marco Pisa in the number 70, excuse me, Rick Carlos in the number 77. And that's going to give him a little bit of breathing room. Yep, he's got a car now between himself. That is Louis-René Canaute, one of the front runners in the Honda Wars category. Sitting second, but now way back of Rodolfo. And let's see here, what kind of a lap did Rossi. This time he was of second 0.2 quicker than Dimitri, and that margin's back down now to under under 5 seconds. So he is coming, and Beckman continues to hold on in front. Although, boy, I'll tell you, Jose is really good on the brakes down into turn at number 2, and that's where he makes up a fair amount of ground here. And at this point, Rick Carlos, Bowerman closed up, but Carlos, using traffic now, has stretched that margin out significantly as we go back to that great battle for the MP2B class. There comes Jaden Beckman. She really has been a form, winning yesterday in a super close race with Jose. and then getting by him a little earlier. Yesterday it was a last lap pass going into turn 2, and then Jose attacked big time, and she was able to fend him off. There they are. Tell you, Jose is not letting her get away. He keeps there within 3-4 car lengths. And you wonder, as we have 5.5 minutes left in this one, if he's trying to save tires just a little bit and then going to try and repay the favor that she delivered on him yesterday with that last lap pass. Oh boy, Rossi now has carved that margin from 5.3 seconds down to 3.4. So that one is getting incredibly close. They're heading into turn 7 right now, 6 and 7. They're heading over there. Oh, Rossi a little wide of the apex at 6. That Porsche, the car right there in the middle of your screen, that's Dimitri. There's Rossi in the Ginetta chasing that Porsche. Rossi lost a little bit of time in turn 6. He overran that just a little bit. Dimitri, look how much he diamonds that corner, swinging way out, trying to get as much drive as he can. And that may have been a little bit too much, because you diamond it that much when you go that wide. When you make your turn, you're pinching your radius. That radius tightens up. And as that radius tightens up, you can't roll as much speed, and the car just starts to push, and you've got to back out of it. Here they come. That margin is way closer this time as they flash through the margin. Under a second, 9/10 of a second. Rossi's coming. He is coming in the battle for the MP2A lead right now. Working their way through turn 3. Now into 4. It's 5 car lengths now. Is Rossi going to have something to throw at him down into turn 6? I don't think he's quite close enough just yet. There we are, turn 6. You can see it's just a matter of car lengths. Look at Rossi close up on the exit though. Turn 8 might be the spot, and they are coming at us. Dimitri immediately goes protective to the inside, and Rossi, able to roll a lot of speed, just goes right by him on the outside. And actually Dimitri protecting like that slowed him down. He had to overslow. Oh, and Rossi runs wide at the exit of 8, drops the right rears but kept it alive. But with Dimitri protecting like that, he couldn't carry as much speed into turn 8. Rossi on the fastest line just swept the outside. We have a new leader in the MP2A category. Adolfo Rossi, what a drive he's put on. Whatever either the problem that he had has resolved, or he's just figured out one effective drive around on that. 2.5 minutes to go. 2.5. Oh, Dimitri suddenly slowing. The exit of 2, that Porsche just laid down on him. All right, looks maybe he just had a problem with a shift, something, but he is now continuing. Rick Carlos has been able to stretch that lead over Bowerman again up to over 5 seconds, so Carlos must have hit some serious traffic. Bowerman gave it everything he could, obviously. And white flag, last lap. We are on the last lap, folks. So, Manny Sanchez and the thundering Wolf Thunder prototype leading overall. Heading down now into turn number 6. He's got some traffic in front of him. Here he comes. He's got a huge lead in class, certainly, and a monster lead overall. He's up by almost 28 seconds. So he can be very, very diligent, careful, and easy in the traffic here as he comes through. Heads into turn 8. being very patient with his placement. Beckman, using traffic really well, has opened up on Jose de las Casas. She played traffic beautifully there. And she's already into turn 10. She has our overall leader closing on her through the banking. 10, 11, here we go. There's Jaden. She's going to have to do one more lap because there is Manny Sanchez. Comes by, checker flag flies. But for Jaden, it's pretty much just a ceremonial lap anyway. She still has to take the checkered flag, but Jose de las Casas was behind our overall leader, and he got the checker. So Jaden will get the win so long as she just completes the lap. Marcel Fayen from deep in the field comes through to win MP1A in that beautiful black 03 Porsche. Miguel Marcano in the number 129, the black Porsche with the white back, his third straight second. Marc Julien in the MP1B category, fourth overall, his third straight win. Alex Hernandez, after a bunch of interesting developments, fights his way back to a top 5 finish, and that will be the win in the FP3 category. Then Adolfo Rossi with a stunning drive with a car that had some sort of issue that resolved itself and comes back to 6th overall in the win in MP2A over yesterday's winner, Neil Dimitri. Sophia Basler ending up 3rd in that category, and she comes in with the points lead, but with her DNF, not a DNF, but a deep in the field finish earlier today and a fighting second yesterday, who knows where that's going to shake out. Then the great battle, they've been the two to watch pretty much all the time, haven't they? Jaden Beckman in the number 45 Ruckus Racing BMW. About halfway through the race, out-deeping Jose de las Casas down into turn 2, took the lead, and Jose stayed with her in that number 55 Coconut Cartel Ronnie Sport Racing BMW. But then she played some absolutely superb traffic to her favor, and it paid off. The guy who's going to be gutted out there is the number 241 of Aiden Ramos. He ended up finishing 11th overall, and that should put him 3rd in MP1A. But he came from deep in the field to win in the race earlier this morning, and he was certainly was going to be a factor for the win, but had a problem and had to fight back to that. 3rd in the MP2B category was the number 78 of Marco Pisa. Finishing 12th overall, 13th overall, Rick Carlos winning an MP3A over a persistent Jonathan Bowerman in his debut weekend with us here. Bowerman at the end closing that up to only 0.7 of a second. And Patricio Franulik in the number 71, that beautiful silvery white BMW, ends up 3rd in the category. Milan Lewis winning his second straight in the MP3B category in his beautiful 65 Porsche Boxster. And then Rodolfo Rodriguez in that beautiful red number 215 wins the Honda Wars category, 3rd straight win over the 89 of Luis Rene Canahuete, with Alex Garcia in the 256 3rd and Carlos Lazaro in the 213 in the 4th spot. And Teddy Alvarado had a really problematic race and ends up way back in the 21st spot, and that completes the field. So, well, we had said that we had potential for an absolutely phenomenal race, and it sure lived up to it. Fantastic stuff. Congratulations to every one of the drivers in that race. What a show they put on. Different classes, different levels. And the end game, so to speak, was one hell of a fun race. And we're so glad this weekend we were able to bring it to you here live on Driver's Eye Live, here on the stream, for this Hankook Tire 300 weekend, round 6 of the FARA Championship Series. So glad you could join us here, folks. We've got a couple of academy groups that are going out for their instruction. And then at 2 o'clock, we'll be back with you for the first of our 2 open wheel races. Formula Inter, the youngsters, coming out in their open wheel Ligier F4 chassis to put on a show for you then. We'll see you in just a little bit. Hi, everybody, and welcome back to Homestead-Miami Speedway as we are getting ready for one of the most exciting moments of any of these FARA Championship weekends. FARA is so fortunate to have a great partner series that runs with them called Formula Inter, and it is a series designed expressly to help young ride drivers be able to make the step from go-karts or from other types of vehicles into open-wheel cars. If they're looking at an open-wheel or prototype career, get some experience driving cars that have aerodynamics and wings. That's a big difference than karts or just regular production cars. So this is the whole design of this, however, is to keep those transitional costs down, because if you go right into US Formula 4, you go right into Formula Continental or USF 2000, that's a huge financial leap. And what this series does is it takes a couple of older generation chassis from the Ligier Formula 4 category of car. They mandate you run the 2-liter 4-cylinder Honda K20 Civic engine, same engine you find in a Honda Civic. So it's very economical. You've got slightly older cars, still very, very effective and very racy, but the cost has come down on those chassis. You run a very economical and bulletproof engine. And in the end, for these young drivers that are trying to make their way from karts or from other production type of racing into open wheel, it's a nice interim step, and they have been just great, and the racing they put on is fabulous, and it's time to go racing now for 25 minutes for Formula Inter as part of this Hankook Tire 300 weekend. On the pole is the number 9, Santiago Fernandez, turning in a really stellar lap at a 1 minute 31.678, over a quarter of a second clear of the number 11, starting second, Alex Popov. That name sounds familiar. There's a reason for it, and we'll explain that. Starting inside of row 2 and third, number 12, Christian Garduño. He's one of the more experienced drivers in the field in these cars. Starting fourth, a very impressive young lady, Mate Casieras, the number 14. Starting in the 5th spot, number 7 is Suelio Almeida, and a great story for him. We'll talk more about that. Starting 6th, another lady, the number 5 of Mara Herrera, and we get 2 pace laps here, 2 pace laps. Starting in the 7th spot is the number 8 of Michael Costello. Well, I think he's going to be a little frustrated by where he's starting, because in the early practice session he was really, really fast, but had a little problem in the qualifying session. And then starting in the 8th spot, the number 15 of Emma Scarborough, who is the third of our trio of female races. Emma is 15 years old, and she hopes to eventually make it up to Formula 1. This is her first ever car race this weekend. She's been done a lot of karting and very successful in that, but this is her beginning here in this category. So lots of things to watch for. One of them is the story of Suelio Almeida. Started his career as a sim racer and got into sim coaching. He was incredibly successful, ran the iRacing Formula 3 Championship with a lot of wins, and just stacked up over 1,600 hours of coaching, working with iRacing, Porsche Tag Heuer Esports, Super Cup drivers, even with Red Bull Formula 1 engineer Will Goulbourn, and drivers who conquered the sim racing scene. And in 2021, he himself became the Porsche Esports Sprint Challenge Canada champion. That got him an opportunity and an invite from a team called Apex V2R, one of the front-running teams in Canada's Super Production Series, which is fabulous if you're not familiar with it. And went on to have some success, and actually in 2022 got his first ever win in an actual car in the Lucky Dog Racing Team in Canada at the 2022 championships at the 8 Hour of Calabogie. He also is a very proficient YouTube content creator, has over 50,000 viewers on that, so very popular. And that's what I mean, this series incorporates so many different types of drivers from different experience, but most of them young drivers looking to move up. And boy, I'll tell you right now, Santiago Fernandez is bringing this field up really slowly. Up for the start here. All eyes on the start stand. We're green! And man, did he time that. Santiago getting a jump and going with him. Christian Garduño in the number 12 got down and underneath Alex Popov, and he may now be going for the lead here. Side by side down into turn 1, folks. Incredibly close. And Popov under attack as well, I think, from Mate Casieras. Really impressive what she's doing here. Watching them work through now this tricky 3, 4, 5 complex side by side. right through the apex of 4. That is difficult to do, but everybody at this point making it through. 8 cars out there, and really, really close concert stuff. And of course, gaps you often see in qualifying evaporate when it comes race time, because now you're working strategy and you're drafting. However, up front, it looks like Christian Garduño or Santiago Fernandez starting to open that margin up. Like I said, he did qualify in pole by over 1/4 of a second, which is unusual in terms of a size of a margin in this group. But that doesn't mean it's going to last throughout the race. Now, up onto the banking. Now, if you've been watching here, as we've been calling the action on our feed here for Driver's Eye Live of the FARA Championship, which runs the modified production cars and the FARA prototypes, they're running the oval section through oval 3 and 4. Formula Inter, because they're open wheel cars, not designed to run oval banking, they run the full roval inside the track. So here we go. First lap in the books. And really stout lap, as you might expect, for Santiago. He timed it beautifully. Look at that pack, though, down through that first. That's 5 cars covered by the proverbial blanket here in this absolutely stout battle for the lead. Super close. Then a little bit of a gap back to the group, that 6th, 7th, and 8th. Oh, and our 5th place car running well wide through the exit of 5, but held on to it. Boy, that group up front is staying close, although now the top 3 make a little bit of a break. Santiago Fernandez, Popov, and Garduño, I believe. Not getting any scoring right now, folks. Oh, and a big lunge down to the inside. Santiago Fernandez under attack right now. And the 5th place car again running wide on the exit of 8. So things are pretty intense out there right now. And that's exactly what you'd expect. Diving down into turn 10. Really quick, coming down off the banking. Then you have to really judge your approach right into 11, because you can carry so much speed off of that banking. Then 12, 13, 14 really tight, and then the last corner back up onto the banking. And this group still staying incredibly closely judged here. And that it is the number 12 of Christian Garduño, who is up into the lead. What a start for Christian, coming from 3rd. I saw him take advantage of the run by Santiago, but then he just got Santiago down into turn 2. It's Garduño over Popov. Your pole sitter, Santiago Fernandez, sits in 3rd. And Suelio Almeida started 5th up into 4th. And Michael Costello, who started 7th, up into 5th. So a couple of drivers are really on the prowl here. Unfortunately, Mate Casieres in the number 14 looked like she had a great start. I think she ended up getting pinched in one of the corners, lost a lot of momentum, and now has dropped down to the 7th spot. So work to do for her. Now we're starting to see a little bit of a break by the top 3. Garduño, Popov, and Fernandez easing away from Almeida and Costello. And even so, Costello has got to be pretty pleased with the group. But wow, up front now, boy, did Christian Garduño get through turn 8 and 9 incredibly well. Suddenly, he has opened up a big gap of about 10 car lengths. My guess is that Popov and Fernandez racing each other down into that turn slowed them both up, and that did the job as they are finding their way now out of the turn 15 complex up on to the front straight one more time. And that margin has eased back just a little bit here for Garduño. Yep, and as I thought, Santiago Fernandez and Alex Popov racing. Fernandez getting through under the brakes down into turn 8. And as a result, and a big lunge there from Suelio Almeida trying to get around Costello. Costello had just passed Suelio down the front straight. And Almeida now trying to fight back. And they're still side by side through 3 into 4. And now it settles out just a little bit. But Garduño taking advantage of that battle between Popov and Fernandez, opening up that margin a little bit. And here we go, that battle between Costello and Almeida, really, really close here, side by side. The exit of 7 heading down into 8. This one is not done by any stretch of the imagination. Fernandez already closing up on Garduño. You can see that lead has closed up, and then there's that battle for 4th and 5th, incredibly close. And you know the interesting thing, folks, all of that battling going on at the front is allowing that group from Mayru Hera and Mate Casieras and Emma Scarborough, those 3 ladies at the back of the field, to close back up again. This is going to be absolutely fascinating the way this is playing out. Here we go. And again, Garduño opens up that little bit of a margin through the swoopy stuff here on the infield, and then up onto the banking once again. All right, things have gapped just a smidge here. That top 3 once again has pulled clear Garduño, Fernandez, and Popov. And then a little bit of a margin of about 1.2 seconds back to Suelio Almeida, who got back around on Costello. So those guys are having an absolutely incredible race and still at it. And the problem for them is the battling they're doing for that 4th spot when they're side by side through corners. That's not the fast way. Here we go again. Big run here by Michael Costello, down into 7, dives to the inside, gets that move made. And that's great for him, but look what happens. Once they get back in formation, they've lost that little bit more time to that group of 3 up front, because they're side by side through a corner, and that group of 3 up front are running line astern and running the fastest line through the corner. And for Almeida and Costello, those lines are obviously a little bit compromised. Looks like we may have had a problem with Emma. Scarborough was dropped way down the order. Let's keep an eye out on that. Here we go, down into the infield once again. And Garduño, oh, I'll tell you, Santiago Fernandez now has closed that up. Garduño gets away in spots, and we have a full course caution, And that might be Emma. That's why she wasn't there, and that would be the exit of turn 2. She's out of the car. You can see her walking off. Oh, what a shame. And there comes the field now under the safety car, under control of the safety car. And once the field's gathered up, the good news is this field is so competitive that they're all running really close. It's not like they're scattered all the way around the track. So now here come the EV vehicles, and they'll be able to get Emma and that car moved in a hurry. Now we can go back to green flag racing again. Right now, we still have 11 or 12 minutes left in this. So if we can get this cleanup done in a hurry, and there you can see Emma coming back. She did the absolute right thing. Get out of the car, get as far away from the track until the pace car is out and the field is under control. Then you can come back and work with the EV crews. So the driver that this might help a lot is Mate Casieras. Remember, she qualified 4th and had a problem early in the race and dropped back to 7th. And now she'll be able to, they'll just glom up onto the end of this pack here. And let's go back, take a look at a replay of what happened with Emma Scarborough. Watch her, she's the last car there, turns into 2. Yeah, just ran a little wide on the exit, maybe carried just a smidge too much speed in the back end, touched that grass, and around she went. And it's so easy to do there, folks. You carry so much speed through turn 1, and turn 2 is a bit more snug than it looks. And when you come through there, easy to carry just a little bit too much speed, and then at turn in, the back end rotates around, and looks like that's what happened to Emma. And I feel for her, because though I spent one day lapping around this place many, many years ago, and decided finally I had to suck it up a little bit, and went flat, absolutely flat chat through turn 1, and didn't back my braking up just a little bit into turn 2, and the next thing I knew, I was off in the grass over there. So I feel for her for sure. A couple of questions here. Will Suelio Almeida be able to resume the duel he had with Michael Costello? Remember, Costello was one of the front runners in practice, then had a problem in qualifying, started 7th, has fought his way up and into the 8th spot. But once he got by on Suelio said, yeah, I'm having none of this, went right back by him, and the two of them flip-flopping like crazy. And that's all part of what this program is about, is you learn how to race in traffic with aero. And remember, every car, when it punches a hole through the air, it creates what is called a draft, if you will. It punches a hole in the air. And if you get in it, you can run a lot quicker because you're being pulled along, essentially, but you lose the downforce on the car, particularly on these cars that have front wings. You lose a little bit of the downforce because that air's not there. That car in front is punching a hole, and the air that you do get is dirty. You often hear it that. It's a wake, so it's not clean air. And that's all part of this is, you come from karts, and you come from production cars, road cars, and the like. You get into a car with aero, it's a whole different ballgame because now you've got the black art of aerodynamics helping you go through a corner quicker than you could if the car did not have any aero on it, right? It's I sometimes call it false grip, and people look at me, well, grip's grip. And I say, yeah, but this is a mechanical grip. This is grip that's enhanced by the aero. And so you're now going through a corner a little bit quicker than you would otherwise. And let's not forget, downforce on a car is incredibly helpful in terms of braking, right? It's not just carrying speed through a corner, but you could brake a little bit later because you got the aero pushing that car down, so you can brake later, brake a little harder, and not lock up. And so that's all the stuff that they're here to learn. Racing a car with aero, if you're coming from karts or from road cars where it's all mechanical grip, only what the tires and suspension give you, it's a learning curve. And that's why this series exists. And it does it at a far more reasonable price than stepping right up into some of the other championships. And that's by design. That's what the organizers of Formula Inter are all about. And it's helping young drivers make the step into that next level of the sport. So looking to see here, looks like everybody's cleaned up. And are we going to see it? Nope, they still have vehicles out over there. They're just now coming back. So they're going counter course, towing her in at this stage. So I think we're going to get one more lap of caution here. So we still have the better part of 12 minutes to go. So if we can get these vehicles off in a hurry here, we'll go back to green. We'll still get some great racing in. And the interesting thing to me is, first of all, the guy with the fastest lap right now is Santiago Fernandez, sitting in second. Remember, he started on pole and got jumped by Christian Garduño, who just did an incredible job going with Santiago when the green went out, then knifing underneath Santiago into turn 2, and that got Santiago's rhythm off, and Popov slotted through as well. Now will Santiago be able to repay the favor on a restart? Now, restarts are not side by side, they're single file, but believe me, folks, the nice thing is for the restarts, you're not using the infield section. You're running the oval 3 and 4, and so as the pace car makes the move to get down and out of the way, is Christian Garduño going to bring him up super slow? That's what I would do, because the quicker you're moving, the little bit more of a tow that Santiago and Alex might be able to get. And talking about Alex Popov real quick, if that name sounds familiar, his dad is a 2-time IMSA prototype champion, so he's cut from some pretty serious motorsports cloth, has a heck of a pedigree in that family. All right, watching for that restart. And we're green. Here we go. And we've got 10 minutes of racing yet to go. Uh-oh, Popov looking to get down underneath Santiago Fernandez. He's through. Fernandez gets balked, drifts to the left to cover. Ooh, that's close. On Michael Costello, who wants nothing better than to be able to say, yeah, I'm getting on the way here, and I want a podium after starting in 8th. What a story that would be. So here we go. Garduño now, Popov, and I'm not sure whether Costello actually got through on Santiago, but that restart did not go the way Santiago wanted. But Popov now attacking side by side. down into turn number 6. And Alex Popov may have just claimed the lead. And again, he's one of those drivers in this category, does have a little bit of experience. I mean, he's never raced these cars prior to this year, but he has been doing some driving in that earlier in this season, so he's got that level of experience. Spends a lot of time working and wrenching. Look at this, down the back straight, folks, 3 abreast, coming out of 9, now down through turn 10. You got to get that sorted. If you're trapped on the outside, it's sketchy. Nice adjustment there by the car that drifted back into third. If he tried to stay outside, a long slide in the grass was awaiting. Look at this pack of cars. This front group as close as you could imagine. Garduño with Popov coming after him. Garduño was able to fend off Popov. Popov not close enough to do anything down into 2. But Costello did get through on Santiago Fernandez. Oh, your leader running wide at the exit of turn 3, dropped his tires, but I don't think that's going to hurt too much. Michael Costello there, a little wide at the exit of 3. That can slow you up. All right, here we go, the run again. This time Popov going to try it again. He's down, he's got the inside line. Can he make it stick this time? He's got it. Popov is through. Beside them, I think that was Suelio Almeida and Mate Casieres. Mate has gone through on Mayru Herrera and now is in a real battle, a pitch battle with Suelio Almeida here. And now there's a third car. This group is unbelievable here. That is now Santiago, Suelio, and Mate all dueling here for this 4th spot. Unfortunately, Mauro Herrera has dropped off just a little bit here. Incredibly good racing. And the time left, 7 minutes, so still some good racing to go. This is about the biggest margin we've seen at the front yet, as Popov comes through and puts down a cracking good lap here. And Michael Costello battling Fernandez has gone through and picked up 2nd. So Costello, what a lap he put in here. Santiago Fernandez is 3rd, Suelio Almeida in the 4th spot. Here they come through this very, very serpentine section of the track, 3 into 4. Popov came through with over a 2nd in hand. That's as big a lead as we've seen. And the problem is now if Santiago Fernandez and Costello get into a battle, Popov is going to just check out. So they don't have a lot of time left, but this is where discipline, another thing you learn in a series like this, don't race each other. Let's draft each other as much as we can, see if we can't get back to Alex Popov, then take the gloves off. Suelio Almeida having a really good scrap. Once again, and Mayru Herrera actually scoring, just caught up here, and she's now up into 5th. She got around Mate, so those two ladies in a really intense battle for the final spot in the top 5. All right, Popov once again maintains that little bit of a margin here. Then Costello and Fernandez covered by next to nothing, not even a 1/4 of a second between those two. Then a little bit of a gap back to Suelio. Oh, big lockup down into, look at that, just lit him up down into turn 2. I think that was Costello feeling the pressure from Fernandez. Coming out now of turn 3 through 4 into 5. And Suelio hanging on in front of Mayru right now. Heading down into turn 7. Oh, Santiago thought about a move on Costello for 2nd there. Just showed a little bit of the wing and then said, nope, not close enough, tuck back in. And they have trimmed that margin. Remember, it was 1.1 from Popov to Costello last lap. Now it's down, the last time by, down to under a 2nd. And yeah, they're visibly closing again. Maybe getting close enough for Costello to feel a little bit of a toe from Popoff, and that would bring Santiago right with him here. All right, now diving down into the infield, into turn 10. Here they come, looking into turn 11. 4 minutes to go. Popoff's margin has diminished again, no question about that. Suelio Almeida, though, he's solidified his hold on fourth right now. And Popoff comes through. That margin is down to only 0.7 of a second over Costello, who's got another half a second to Santiago Fernandez. Then it's a 1.5 seconds back to Suelio Almeida, but he's got over a second gap now to Mayru Herrera. So Suelio fighting hard to hang on to that fourth spot. And right now, great opportunity for Suelio to watch those three up in front and see what they're doing right now, where they're finding those little turns of speed. He's not off by much. I mean, he's turned to 131.4. Costello turned to 131.2. A 32 flat for Fernandez and a 31.9. So actually, Suelio quicker than your leader on that last lap. So dialing it up at a very opportune time. Here we go down into turn 8. Oh boy, you could just see that Santiago is going, boy, I want to get through here, but I don't want to be side by side through a corner and lose our momentum. 2 minutes, 50 seconds to go. They're lapping at 131s. So I would imagine, yep, white flag is in the starter's hands this time by. So if anybody's got anything, it's time. Look at that. They have shrunk that margin to Popoff big time. Ooh, Costello running a little wide through 14. That could have hurt his momentum onto the front straight here. And right now, if Santiago Fernandez has anything left, it's go time. He's looking. Oh, he's just not close enough down into turn 2. And right now, Mayru has less than a half-second lead over Mate Caceres. That's the battle for the final spot in the top 5. All right, Popoff, boy, he gets through 3, 4, and 5 incredibly well. Opens the margin up. Is this going to be a late lunge down into 7? No, he's not close enough. All right, I'm guessing turn 8 is where we're going to see Santiago. There's no point now. Popoff has eased away just a little bit. If Santiago has any kind of a drive down into 8, he's going to go for it. Looks, though, like Costello. Go! Big bobbing and weaving. I'm not sure that's going to be viewed well by the officials. Now, he'll argue I was just trying to break the toe, but the officials don't look very fondly on that, because that can also very easily be termed blocking. It all depends on the circumstance. But certainly Costello, he's defending his position hard. But guess what? That has made it absolutely certain that Popoff, without any issues here, is going to win this. Look at this run. And Fernandez saw how Costello got a little offline. This time, though, he doesn't. So here we go, out of the final turn, onto the front straight. Popoff gets the win. Really close at the line, but it's Costello over Fernandez. Suelio Almeida hangs on with a great drive into that 4th spot. And Mayru Herrera just hangs on over Mate Caceres in that battle for that final spot in the top 5. Christian Garduño down a couple of laps. And Emma Scarborough, of course, having that issue off early in the race. So that's how it plays out. But that may have been the experience of one Alex Popoff, who's driven these cars a couple of times before and may well have been saving a little bit of tire, thinking, I don't want to go too hard early. I want to have something to race with late. And he was able to do that. And that last lap, when it counted, when you would have thought Costello and Fernandez were going to be in full attack mode, Popoff instead just eased away a little bit and solidified his hold on it. But Costello and Fernandez, great battle after that restart. And again, Suelio Almeida, a driver who doesn't have a lot of experience in cars in general, and the cars he has driven, obviously, are, even though he's done Formula 3 stuff online in sim racing, the driving he's done has been in production cars, road cars, modified though they may be. really different. So for him to notch a top 5 finish here and do it in 4th, you think about how quick Popov, Costello, Fernandez were. He was less than a second and a half back of that group. I mean, that is absolutely remarkable for Suelio Almeida. So well done there. And Mayru Herrera and Mate Casieres, those two ladies, boy, are they going to be something to watch. What a battle they had. Gardenia with his problems, and Emma Scarborough, as we said, having that off early. But again, it's part of the learning experience, and we get to do it all one more time, as these cars and these drivers will be back out for the next Formula Inter race. That will be unfolding right around 4:15. So can't wait for that one. Formula Inter, as always, putting on an incredible show here as part of the FARA Championship Series. What a great partner they have been. Oh, good, man. I'm glad.
Up close and personal. Again, we are opening the grid walk until 2:45. 2:45. FARA racers, your attention please. At 2:45, we will call a 5-minute warning. At 2:50 p.m., we will start the formation lap, and the race will begin at 2:55. Again, grid walk will close at 2:45, at which time we'll call a 5-minute warning. 2:50 formation lap. Race will begin at 2:55. Please plan accordingly.
Some of you may have just heard that announcement in the paddock. For those of you who might be out where you weren't able to hear the paddock announcement, will change the schedule.
personal with our cars. And our drivers, please go to the grid at this time. Crew chiefs, please make your final preparations. Crew chiefs, please make your final preparations. Please don't start your engines until we ask you to. Please don't start your engines until we ask you to.
I'm already going to say kudos to everybody for how quickly you are clearing the grid. It's really tamped down already, so we appreciate that. Just remember, when you clear the grid, you want to stay down in that area from the start. Just get behind fences that are separating the garage from pit lane or behind the orange line that is drawn between the fences in that open area. If you're behind that, you're good.
Drivers, 3 minutes. 3 minutes, you can start your engines at this time. 3 minutes. Drivers, 3 minutes. Start your engines, 3 minutes. Crew chiefs, crew members, please make your final preparations and get over the wall. Crew chiefs, final preparations. And folks, we ask you please remain off of the wall, off of the wall. Crew chiefs, please make your way over the wall. All crew members, please over the wall at this time. All right, folks. we are sorry to announce that we are on a hold at this moment due to lightning. We are on a hold until further notice. Please shut down engines and we'll let you know shortly. We have been told that this should be a short delay, so please remain in your cars and ready at this time. Please remain in your cars and ready. Right, racers, we have an update. Please start your engines. Start your engines. We are starting in 30 seconds. Start your engines.
Welcome back, everybody. It is Enduro time here at Homestead-Miami Speedway, all part of round 6 of the FARA Championship Series. This is an interesting race because it's a 90-minute Enduro, but the first half hour of it will also serve as the 4th of the sprint races scheduled for the weekend. When that 30-minute mark comes, there's a special designation from the flagger in the start stand. At that point, everybody who's only running in the sprint completes their lap at some speed, then comes into the pits and parks, and then we continue for another 60 minutes as this field makes its way onto the track. My pleasure to introduce and bring in with me Brendan Kazmarek. And Brendan, great to have you here. Obviously, you're fairly associated with Driver's Eye Live, and again, a big thank you to you guys for everything you've been doing here to bring FARA to the streaming world and let the world see what this wonderful championship is all about.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. It's great to be here. Great to be with you and with the FARA series this weekend, Formula Inter as well, a part of that. It has really been a spectacular weekend of racing. A little bit of weather yesterday, but we made it through that, and I think we've skirted the showers for today as well. So nice to settle in and get 90 more minutes of racing. Some bonus racing with the Enduro this afternoon. We've had 3 real barn burners, I think it's fair to say,
yeah,
right,
absolutely.
so far.
Absolutely.
And a little bit of intrigue with pit stops to come in this Enduro as well. So, no, I'm really looking forward to it.
Well, it should be fun. There's no question about that. And you're right. Not only, 15 minutes ago, we were looking at the weather. We were looking out the windows here going, yeah, we're going to get it. And it's kind of just eased away. Let's keep our fingers crossed here as we get ready to go here. Manny Sanchez, who didn't run on Saturday, came out this morning and started back in the field, drove through and got the win. Miguel Marcano, who twice has been runner-up so far in the most recent race just a couple hours ago, got a win in MP1A, and it came at the expense of a guy who put in one hell of a drive. Marcel Fayen started dead last, drove to the front of the MP1A field, but passed under yellow when one of the prototype cars had spun at turn 8, and that was a one-lap penalty. That dropped him back just a little bit, so that's really unfortunate for him. But nonetheless, he still is going to start right up in that top 4 because he had that group had a huge lead. A couple of guys and gals that put on a heck of a battle. MP2A, Adolfo Rossi won in the most recent race. He was going to start 6th, but right with him, Neil Dimitri, who won the first race and then has had a 3rd and a 2nd, and Sophia Basler, who's had a 2nd, a 4th, and a 3rd, are running in close concert. Jaden Beckman and Jose De Las Casas in the sprint races have put on exceptional shows. And so here we go. The prototypes start up at the front, and they are gone. Heading down the front straight and into turn 1, and that's Manny Sanchez and that V8-powered Wolf going for it. But now we get the start for the modified production group. Watch for it here, Marcel Fayen. He was thinking about making a move on Miguel Marcano, and Marcano covered it, defended into turn 2, slowed everybody up just a little bit. And Manny Sanchez lost the spot in the twisty stuff, gets onto the straight between 5 and 6, leaps away to the lead. But here are the modified production cars, and a beautiful move there by Adolfo Rossi as he was able to slide up and sneak inside, I think, of the number 112 of Elaine Nadal. That's that crazy-looking crossbow. Really a cool car. And a problem for Neil Dimitri, who has a win, a 3rd, and a 2nd, as he is crawling down the backstretch. So problems early for one of the fastest runners, Brendan, in that really competitive MP2A class.
Yeah, Neil had a moment at the end of sprint race 3 down at turn number 1. Got a little bit wide. I mean, we're talking feet wide.
Yeah.
We're not talking a whole lot of space. Ended up taking out a couple of cones out to driver's right and then spat them back out in the grass at the exit of turn number 2, and the car was never really the same after that. Kind of dropped out of contention, and that was all she wrote for Neil. But not the way to start a 90-minute Enduro.
Yeah, the thing is, when you hit cones at speed, it's amazing how much damage they're capable of doing. So I'm sure since that race, they've really been struggling to get that car up and running. But meanwhile, our group at the front is flying through the 112 right there, that crazy-looking crossbow. And then we've got that battle. And coming up through the field, the 241 of Aiden Ramos, who was really fast, in fact, won the race earlier this morning from well deep in the field after being a late entry. Had a problem in the most recent race, and as a result dropped back, and the grid is based on finishing results from the previous race, and then the cars are added that are running the Enduro only, who have not been running in the sprint category. So Ramos has some work to do, and you can see this field, David Tuati right there in that red and white BMW. He won the first race in the MP3A category yesterday.
How good did these cars look under the lights last night? David Tuati was kind of one of the stars of the show, I think.
Yes.
Last night in the sunset, quick 30-minute race. Nice to see David back out in that really gorgeous red and white BMW down in MP3B.
Yeah, if you look at the livery of that car closely, Brendan, it mirrors a very famous livery. We can't really say the name, but they've used a little play on words in that graphics package to really make that car pop. Pretty evocative.
Oh, it's gorgeous. I saw it and thought the same thing from up here, and then finally got down low to look at it down in the paddock. And you're right, very clever little play, but anything that has that sort of chevron-shaped red and white livery is going to be a fan favorite every time.
Yeah, no question about that. Coming down the front straight now, there's the orange BMW. That's the Coconut Cartel Ronnie Sport Racing car that is being shared in this race by Jose de las Casas and his co-driver Carlos Garcia. Right behind is Jaden Beckman. And remember, the first 30 minutes is actually a sprint race as well. So we've seen Jaden and Jose every race so far, with the exception of the second race when Jaden had a little mechanical issue. They have been absolutely in lockstep, and they continue to do exactly that as they head now down into turn 7. As we have, I think that is that white Porsche of Marc Julien trying to work up and get through again on that crossbow. Here they go. That orange BMW and the yellow one here, they have been putting on such a good show.
Yeah, all weekend. Greg.
Yeah.
It's like this is the permanent view out the window is watching Jose de las Casas and Jaden Beckman in that number 45 back and forth and back and forth. This time, whereas sometimes we've seen Jaden Beckman take a little bit of time to get up to speed and really throw all that M2 Club Sport has to offer at Jose, right from the green flag now. Nose to tail around the banking. Now Jaden's going to look to driver's right as they head into 3 and 4. Progressive banking around the oval here, Greg. So a little bit higher up, 19, 20 degrees. Jose de las Casas down on that white line, 18 degrees at the very bottom. Shorter way around, but a little bit less banking to help you keep that foot flat to the floor.
Yeah, obviously the shorter way for him working that time, as he was able to stretch that margin. But Jaden, you pointed it out, really aggressive over into turn 8 as she tried to go around the outside, do the swing around. Didn't quite work, but yeah, she's really aggressive here in the early going. Watch them now as they head through turn. There's 3, heading into 4. Making that arc. This is really crucial to get through 4 right, because you want to be absolutely flat, Chad, as early as you can heading down into here. There is a look at Adolfo Rossi, and Rossi has had an interesting day here, and he continues to be really impressive here. The problem for him is right now in that 112 car, which also runs in the MP2A category, when that thing has been running, they've had some mechanical issues, actually switched chassis. That crossbow, that X-bow, really, really quick. And Alain Nadal is pretty good in that car, and they've also got a guy named Custodio Toledo who's going to be co-driving with him, that they should put on a show.
Yeah, I'm a really big fan of that crossbow and a really big fan of the Ginetta, the G55. Unfortunately, when that G55 has been at its best, it's still only into the 128s and 129s, and I just don't know that that Adolfo Rossi in that number 60 is going to have the ultimate pace to catch up to and take the fight to that KTM crossbow with Alain Nadal.
Yeah, I mean, Alain's quick lap right now, 127.3. Rossi's best lap, a 130. So that's the struggle he's going to have. And he is really cleared out right now. But that doesn't mean that there's not going to be some battling in that class. We saw some great battling with Rossi and Sophia Basler having one heck of a run as well here. But right now, best battle on the track remains that battle. Remember, we've really got 2 races going here because I think Jose de las Casas, he is going to run the entire Enduro, sharing with his teammate. But for the first 30 minutes, they are in a real battle for this sprint race. And once again, as they head down into turn 7 here, and you can see just how close Jaden is. She really is looking, as you said, racier early than we've seen here. And I think she wants to make sure she wins the sprint part, because I don't think she's doing the Enduro, so she wins the sprint part. She's got herself a pretty darn good weekend in hand.
Such a unique format with this sprint and Enduro combined race for FARA. You would normally pick a mindset as a driver, say, okay, this is an endurance race. I'm not going to take any risks in traffic. I'm not going to, show my nose or be too aggressive with how I set up passes. But on the other hand, instead of having an hour and 22 minutes left, for the purposes of the sprint race, we've got 22 minutes left, right?
Exactly.
You can't give up time in traffic. You can't be, smoother on the brakes into turn 1 to try and save equipment, because eventually you're going to have to pick a time to make a pass or to capitalize on an opportunity that presents itself. Even though the clock still says an hour and 3 minutes remaining. Just a really unique situation for these drivers and teams to be in.
It really is. And as you said, you want to save tire, for instance, for the Enduro. But if you're running for sprint points and you're in that points battle, you've got to get aggressive here. Oh, Sophia Basler coming down the front straight. Thought I saw her hand out the window, indicating she's got some problems. Looks like the car is down on the right side a little bit. I wonder if she either cut a tire somewhere or maybe had a suspension problem, but she's going to be swarmed by the fastest cars out there right now, the 3 FARA prototypes.
Yeah, the tightest part of the track, too.
I know.
I've been so impressed with Sophia.
I have too.
This weekend, but it seems like maybe the last sprint race and the beginning of this race, just not quite up to task. Maybe an issue with the car. Really tight racing between the FARA prototypes as they move their way through that Sophia Basler car, Greg.
Well, that was a really opportunistic, if not a little bit frightening, move by Alex Hernandez because and it's impressive.
Oh, spinner for Manny Sanchez spun on the exit of turn number 6. Did he keep it? No, he did not keep it out of the wall.
Oh, no.
That car, driver's right, the left rear corner of the car just tapped the blue concrete barrier on the inside.
And how many times have we seen that happen? You go to throttle there just a little bit too soon, and the car hooks, and the natural tendency, of course, is lift, and you get what's called trailing throttle oversteer, and it took him right into the barrier there. So I would suspect we're going to see a caution here in pretty short order. But I think he got a little bit rattled by that move, probably by Alex Hernandez, because that was for the overall race lead. And, the previous 2 races earlier today, we've seen Manny just gap, but it's because there's a spin for Alex. We had a spin for him, problems for Teddy Alvarado, but they've been just stuck to him in this race so far. And that really aggressive move with Sophia Basler, I think that maybe rattled Manny just a little bit, maybe angered him, and then he just got a little bit too, the red mist. It could bite you sometimes.
And remember, too, this isn't race 1 of the weekend for Manny. We've had some time on the car, maybe some time on the tires, taking the best out of them, and it doesn't take much. It's the hottest it's going to be all day. Maybe heat up the rears a little bit too much, and it's very, very easy just to get, especially with a big V8 engine, to get a little too aggressive on the throttle there, and around that car went.
Yeah, it's got a ton of torque, that's for sure. Full course caution, as we might have expected. Full course caution here in the early going with 19 minutes left in the sprint race, hour 19 left in the Enduro. And, this could really help Sophia Basler because she's limping into the pits. If it's something that they can get a quick fix on, she might be able to get out and get going again. Is it that right front tire flat? It looks like.
No, it's not. It didn't even look like it was spinning up until she got right up to the attention of the crew. Immediately, the jack comes around the right-hand side of the car, and I think you're exactly right, Greg. That right front tire, no pressure.
And that can happen. It can be a cut tire. She could have somebody grazed her and just rips off the valve stem. All kinds of possibilities there. But in the end here, we are under full course caution. Pace car is out, and we'll let some of the field go by and pick up those 2 FARA Prototype 3 category cars. Currently, Alex Hernandez leading Teddy Alvarado, but they've been covered by the proverbial blanket to be sure here. And, good news there is that both Jose de las Casas and Jaden Beckman were able to get around and weren't trapped behind one of those leader cars, and then they would have, whoever was in front would have gained a full lap. So that's good news, certainly, to see here.
Yeah, we could have no other action for the rest of the day, and I would have eyes glued to these two cars, the 55 and the 45 in MP2B, as it is this weekend. Also good news, we've lost that number 00 for Manny Sanchez, but our FP3 battle is still intact. This Teddy Alvarado and Alex Hernandez fight, as long as they keep it clean, there's no reason this won't continue for the rest of the afternoon. So excited to see what that has in store for us.
I agree. We generally don't see them running the Enduro, just because it's a little problematic. You can drive the Enduro by yourself. Mm-hmm. You still have to do the pit stops and the like. And every once in a while, we'll see it happen. But we'll have to see whether they opt to do that here. Unfortunately, we really don't find out sometimes who's running the Enduro until everybody else gets off the track. But a real shame for Manny Sanchez. He's really in the Miami area in terms of road racing. He's a bit of a legend. He's been around a long time. And back in his day, he was really, really fast. So you hate to see him have a problem here. And, of course, it's Manny Sanchez Racing is the official importer of the Wolf Thunder chassis and cars. And they're spectacular.
Yeah, real fast car enthusiast, I think Manny is. And,
yeah, absolutely.
These Wolf GBO8s, the Thunder, that makes up the FP3 category, and obviously the V8 that he runs in FP1, just so impressive as machines. And to watch them rocket around the banking here especially, right? They're probably flat out from the exit of 8 till they dab the brakes going into 1. And even then, the downforce of those cars really helps them stick through that transition and down on the brakes into 2. Those cars both look like and race like rocket ships.
Yeah, they really do. It's a lot of fun here. The Honda Wars battle, which is always usually one of the best, and earlier in the weekend it has been, but this morning's race, Louis-René Canahate had some sort of an issue, was in and out of the pits a few times, and since then it doesn't look like that Honda of his is quite there. And as a result, normally he and Rodolfo Rodriguez, who currently leads the class, are in absolute lockstep as well. They are covered by nothing. And unfortunately, at this stage, there's already, prior to this caution, about a 6-second gap that had been built up here. So really struggling right now for the points leader. He came in only 2 points clear of Rodolfo Rodriguez. So this could be a big swing for them. Just let everybody know, the Honda Wars cars, this is what I love about this class. It's a spec class in essence. Because you can run whatever Honda body, Honda chassis you want to run. You just have to have a 1.8 liter B-Series Honda engine stuffed under the hood. And so that's why you see these different cars out there, but running in such close concert, and that's what makes it really intriguing.
Yeah, I think they're being backed up a little bit. A couple of Honda Wars cars on the exit of turn 8 there. They've got a little bit of work to do to catch the tail end of the queue that's on the way down into turn 6 there in the infield. And unfortunately, Jose de las Casas and Jaden Beckman are kind of caught up in all that.
Yeah, that's a problem for them at this stage. And I think that car that, that first car is a Honda Wars car. I think that's your leader in the class. That might be Rodolfo Rodriguez. The car behind him, remember, had an issue in the third race.
Yeah.
That's that 009 machine, I think. Yep.
Yeah, Greg, we've got a quick replay of that spin down at turn number 6 for Manny Sanchez, the number 00. Producer Zach doing great work this weekend. Has got it queued up for us. He'll be looking for that black prototype. Yep, actually just kind of pinched the exit there, Greg. Didn't want to get up on that painted curb for some reason, and it looked like he came in the throttle like he was going to track all the way out. Never did, and out came the back.
Yeah, and when you pinch it, I mean, we talk about pinching, it means the radius tightens up, so the corner gets tighter, and then he went to the throttle with that big V8, and with that big lump in the back of that car, that's a lot of centrifugal mass that just wants to swing around like a pendulum, and I think that's what caught him out here. And if I'm looking at this right, if that was Rodolfo Rodriguez in that first car, then he may have almost a lap on the field here by the time they get around.
Yeah, it's a little difficult to parse this with them being basically half a lap behind. So we'll wait to see. They are gradually catching.
Yeah. which is good. Sophia Baszler, I see, is back up
Yes.
as well. That's good news.
Yes, now, it'll be interesting to find out, this being my first FARA weekend, will that count as the mandatory pit stop for the Enduro? Or she could go to the end?
Well, no, it depends on, for the mandatory pit stop, you've got to be stationary in pit lane for 4 minutes.
Got it.
So if she was, that's great. I don't think she was.
Okay.
You know, because right now I think she's in sprint mode because she's leading the sprint championship, coming in here by 21 points.
That's a really good point.
So
the most important thing then is to get as many points as you can before we hit 30 minutes elapsed, 1 hour remaining in the timer in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. Then you need to salvage everything you can.
Yeah, absolutely.
And again, that goes back to the mindset discussion. Do you focus on sprint? Do you focus on enduro? And how do you make that change when you get to that 30-minute mark?
Yep. And, you know, in 4 minutes, which is the allotted time, you know, you get a driver change done. And if you've got a really good crew, you could maybe, you know, if you got a really good crew, you could get 4 new tires on the car. Maybe you opt to do 2. Here, maybe the outside tires, considering you're running that banking, and get back after it. But you know, and that's, you know, you've talked about it already, Brendan. Is how hard do you push in this first 30 minutes if you're going for sprint points if you're also running the enduro? You know.
I think some of it is going to depend on how much trust you put in your crew, right? We have a 4-minute mandatory stop time, which takes some of the speed element out of it, but puts a focus on precision.
Right.
Right? You're not necessarily rushing to get any of the work done, whether putting fuel in the car, changing a couple of tires, changing driver. You've got plenty of time to do that. The question is, the issue is your crew getting you as close as they can to releasing you at 4 minutes.
Exactly.
4 minutes flat, 4:01, right? Because any time that you spend stationary beyond that is just lost.
Yeah.
It's gone for good. You have to find a way to make that up on track. And 90 minutes sounds like a lot, but
we know how hard it is to make up a second or two on a racetrack, and you give away 5 or 6 in pit lane. It's brutal. And, you know, something, you know, okay, you can have a problem getting a tire on, right? But something as simple as the second driver getting in inadvertently sits on a seatbelt on one of the straps. You're digging around. It's amazing how quick time evaporates when you're chasing little things like that. The interesting thing, it used to be 5 minutes. And all the teams are going, you know, most of us, we're sitting for 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So they decided, okay, we'll make it 4. So there's a little bit more urgency, but it's still very much within a safe window. Because the last thing you want to do, you know, this is not IMSA. This is not IndyCar in terms of, you know, practice pit stops constantly. So the last thing you want to do is be hurting somebody just because you're trying to hustle too much. So that's the concept here. All right, well, let's take a look here at where things slot out. The one I'm really intrigued in seeing here is, all right, right now it just shows Rodolfo Rodriguez up by 9 seconds over Canahuate, so that battle is still not out of the window here. Watching the cars come through. Tell you, the car that dropped back in this whole thing is the 112. They were up a lot farther. Oh, and that car that I was watching is now into the pits. That was not Rodolfo Rodriguez, my mistake. He's now come in way down at pit end. And he just didn't seem to have any kind of steam on the straight, so he may be having some issue.
Leading that trailing group of 4.
He was
struggling to catch the main pack. So maybe not the driver's fault there. Maybe an issue with that Honda that.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's. I think that could be Carlos Lazaro. And he is in the Honda Wars category, just heading down pit lane and heading out right now. But it looked like he really was struggling to have any kind of a straight line speed and catching the pack. Fortunate for him, and more fortunate, obviously, for the 009 and then Jose de las Casas, Jaden Beckman in that group. It's taken a little bit longer to get that car of Sanchez hooked up and out. And that's one of the things, you know, you get these formula or prototype cars. Hookup points can be a little tricky to find when there's been some contact.
Yeah, when you watch prototype racing on television, everything is very standardized to be picked up by what would be considered the roll hoop or by the vertical crash structure of the car. And it's all tested and it's all standardized so that you go out, you pick it up, you put it on a trailer, and you bring it home. Here,
and the EV crews are trained.
Exactly.
That's the other part of it, isn't it? Yeah.
Yep. Here, EVs were on site within, seconds of us going double yellow and having a safe opportunity to get to and access the car. But being one of a kind, or one of three, I guess, technically with these GBO8s, a little more difficult to find a way to get that car loaded up and brought home. A flat toe, I don't think it's going to do it for us here. I think, unfortunately, a little left rear suspension damage to that car.
Well, look at this now. They have a big forklift out there, so something, clearly something of the way that car let go, they needed something that had some serious lift capacity out there.
It almost looks like they've dragged it horizontally away from the wall. You see a little tire mark there up on the blue paint. They've pulled it out maybe a yard or 2 yards there, and maybe that is going to give them the space that they need to maneuver it onto the hook there. Very interesting.
That makes sense. Because I don't think he got into the barrier there enough to hurt the barrier.
Agreed.
So that shouldn't be an issue here.
One of the things...
The problem is this is just sapping time for the sprint people.
Exactly where I was going to go, Greg. We're down to 7 minutes left in the sprint race here. And to be honest with you, it looks like now that car is motioning away from the barrier. If we weren't kind of obviously wrapping things up there between turn 6 and 7, there was a chance we were going to get to this 1 hour mark with either no green flag racing remaining or just a 1-lap sprint. Whereas now, I think we're going to be in a position to get a couple of laps under our belt here. This FP3 battle can resume at the front. There's question marks over how the Ginetta of Adolfo Rossi, that number 60, is able to catch up, maybe take the fight to the KTM crossbow of Alain Nadal in MP2A. Obviously, our scrap down in MP2B between Jose de las Casas and Jaden Beckman can resume. So, 3 or 4 laps here, I think, is what we're going to get, and it should be a pretty frantic set of laps.
I would think it will be. And the nice thing is over where Manny had the off, literally right across from where it was, is an exit and access point. So the vehicles are gone. So we should be going back to green this time. And I haven't read the rule book that thoroughly, but there is every possibility that the officials could say, you know what, we'll extend this one 5 minutes.
I will never, ever turn down more racing action.
Heck no, especially not in a sprint format. That's just me purely speculating on a possibility. That is, there may actually be a very solid rule against that. So just wishful thinking, I think, on my part. Because I'd love to see some of these battles continue.
You know what? There's no reason they can't. I think if we've seen 3 races that have been, cars going at it hammer and tong, there's no reason to just shut it down midway through the 4th.
Exactly.
Right? If everybody's out there having a good time, we're having a good time calling it, I think you might as well let it continue. Problem on the exit of turn 8, headed up onto the banking there. Looks like a black BMW just pulled off 2 drivers right up against the safer barrier.
Oh, boy.
So all this excitement going back to green, and now I'm not so sure that this is going to happen.
Yeah, and I thought I just saw him moving.
Very odd.
There it is.
Okay.
He's moving. Good deal.
Lights still off on the safety car. Green flag is still in the hands of our starter.
Yep, he's moving.
Lights went back on. One more lap I think we're going to need here.
What a shame.
So it may, now we may really be looking at that 1 lap sprint back to the sprint race checkered.
Wonder if that wasn't Jonathan Bowerman.
It's like a black 318.
Yeah, he's been in a heck of a battle. Listen, is brand new to the championship. Great to have him with us, and he's got a BMW 325, and it's got that color scheme to it.
Yeah, and he's tumbling down the order on Race Hero and Race Monitor that we're using for live timing here. So I think they're spot on.
Brand new to the series, and it's 2 seconds out of the 3 races so far. So it's a real shame, no question about it. Actually, 3 seconds out of the 3 races so far. So, but he's made it in pit lane, but some sort of a stumble there.
Yeah, it just ground to a halt. He accelerated coming out of 8 and then pulled off to driver's right and actively had to hit the brakes to get it to come to a stop. So.
Yeah, exactly.
They've taken the oval down at turns 1 and 2. Interesting adjustment there. It does mean I think we're going to be able to go back to racing.
I think it's to save time.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it was.
I am here for it. I saw them do that during our last Formula Inter race, the same thing. Now, they were doing some work at turns 2 and 3, which made sense.
Right.
But if it's an option, take advantage of it, get us back to racing with roughly three minutes to go here.
Yeah, we should get 2 laps in.
Yeah, I think so.
All right. Pace car is down and in, folks. Here come our 2 overall leaders, Teddy Alvarado chasing Alex Hernandez as we come to the green. Marcel Fayen in the black Porsche, the Collection Suites car. Oh, and a little bit of a slow start for Teddy Alvarado, and Fayen goes around. That's not obviously a pass for class position, but it is overall, and people brag. You know how that works. So far, everybody nice and clean as they head down through that section of the really twisty bits of the track, paying real attention through here. There you can see, there's the crossbow trying to come back a little bit. Oh, that BMW swinging way wide and almost let Adolfo Rossi duck down underneath.
Yeah, poor Adolfo Rossi is caught up in so much traffic on this restart. That crossbow is quick anyway, but that Ginetta was going to need to have some clear track and really be aggressive on the throttle, be aggressive on the brakes in order to claw that margin down, and just being absolutely hammered with traffic instead.
Yeah, the old adage, traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. And it's just that simple sometimes. And, you know, some of the guys that are running up in the front of the MP1A, MP1B field were back in the traffic order a little bit. So they're having to claw their way through there. And I'll tell you, the guy that obviously looks like he got a huge break in the traffic may have been Jose de las Casas, because Jaden Beckman now has 3 cars between herself and Jose. So Jose worked traffic beautifully, now flying up and around the outside of that car. David Tuati, he's also got a co-driver, I think, on board that he'll be running with here. And then gets up to the inside of the 777 as well. That was one heck of a restart by Jose de las Casas.
Yeah, green and white flags waving at start.
There it is,
Greg.
That's the indication. So the timing worked to at least get 2 laps in here. We'll take every minute of it.
That is the end of the sprint race, to be
correct.
Clear. The proverbial checkered flag for our sprint race has fallen. So now, as we sort of parse the results in class from the sprint portion of the race, now we as commentators and the drivers on track turn their attention to another full hour of racing and getting through to the checkered flag in the endurance portion of the FARA weekend.
That is absolutely correct here. So this actually, they'll be completing the sprint part right now.
Green and check. I see. Yep.
So the white flag was just the indication.
Very
one lap to go.
Okay.
So, boy, Marcel Fayen, this guy is so fast when that car's working. He now has gone in front of both of our prototype cars, which tells you that that car is flying out there right now. There's the 241 coming through.
Yeah, that was the battle in MP1A, separated by just 0.2 of a second. Aiden Ramos up ahead of the 129 of Miguel Marcano. So that, I don't know if that was a change. It was not a change on the final lap, but Marcano took the fight through right to the checkered flag here in the sprint portion up in MP1A.
And there comes that battle that we've been following. Jose de las Casas will grab the win in the category over Jaden Beckman, and because Jaden kind of got caught out and lost some spots there, she ends up finishing about 1.5 seconds adrift in the MP2B category to Jose, but she made up a lot of ground.
3 seconds!
I know, just incredible what she did. So fabulous run. She's just been absolutely fast and on it all weekend here, so congratulations to her. But again, Jose really putting up a great restart. Sometimes, you know, you've got to have that ability to react when something unfortunate happens, like a caution, and he did exactly that, worked traffic well. And in one of the earlier races, Jaden was the one who worked traffic incredibly well and resulted with that win. Well, it looks like nice to see this. Alex Hernandez is staying out, going to try and do the Enduro, as we see Teddy Alvarado making his way down into pit lane. Here comes that crossbow.
Yeah, pit stop as well for, I think that's the number 241, Aiden Ramos.
It is.
In that white Porsche Cup.
And, and then joining him, the all-white Porsche that's in the MP1B category, Marc Julien.
Yeah, so these are the cars that are not participating in the Enduro. They finished their A 30-minute sprint race, taking the checkered flag there. And, well, actually, I say that. This will be a pit stop for Mark Julian on that number 87, and I think driver change. So this will be the endurance pit stop required for that number 87, and they'll get that car sent in 4 minutes' time if everything goes well.
You talk about the black and white car down there?
Yeah, the blue and white Porsche GT3R.
I think that's actually Miguel Marcano.
Oh, sorry, it's Marcano.
Yeah. And then here comes the number 3 in for that pit stop, and I wonder if David Tuati is going to run this one all by himself.
I don't see
No?
anybody with helmets on down there.
No? Just the refueler, maybe.
I think Tuati can handle it, right?
Yeah, I think he's capable of it.
Another 60 minutes here will be good.
Now you see a number of the Honda Wars cars coming in. Your winner, big shout out there once again to Rodolfo Rodriguez, came in 2 points behind Louis Rene Kanahate, and probably has beat Rene 4 times. That's going to do him a big favor. And with Kanahate second in all the races, the point swing is 25-22, so he could be leading by 1 point. It's that close. You got to love that.
Some things to watch here up at the top, Greg. It would be easy to write off Marcel Fayen as a runaway winner here with 56 minutes remaining.
Oh, yeah.
And just putting down lap after lap in the low 1 minute 20s. But let's look at some more of the overall factors here. That is a big, heavy Porsche Cup car, right? Weight load over the rear wheels. We're running the banking, which generates high loads on the outside tires, particularly that right rear. Let's watch tire wear on that car, especially compared to the FARA Prototype 3 of Alex Hernandez back in second overall. Very, very different builds, very different concepts that could have a little more to play out in the remaining 55 minutes here. I say that, and I actually think the number 23 of Alex Hernandez is pulled into the infield course there at turn 10.
He has. But this might be a pit stop.
It could be. It's an interesting pit-in route, but you may be right. Let's hope.
Let's see what he does here. And here comes our VW Golf. That is the number 148 of Julio and Pablo Gastaldi. And they were scheduled to run only the Enduro, so we saw them go out and practice and qualify, but didn't do any of the races here. Going to see what... All right. He just decided to have one more lap of fun out there as Alex Hernandez turns in to the background. And I've been noticing our starter has a debris flag out. Yeah. And what we call it debris flag, what it technically means is the surface has changed. It can be for bodywork off a car. It can be for gravel. It can be for oil, water, or rain. And so I don't know. We're not seeing any indication of it, but there's something out there that has been radioed in and is of concern.
Yeah, you'd think it would be between start and turn 1, because I don't see a flag down there just at the apex of turn number 1 on the front straightaway here, but I also don't see anything in between.
Right.
Very interesting.
And you know what I'm delighted to see? Jaden Beckman apparently is going to do this Enduro herself, and she is as relentless as we've ever seen her, glued to the back of Jose de las Casas as they head down into turn 7. Here they come at you, folks. And Jaden looks to the inside, and not quite enough. She had the nose alongside, but again, when you get to the inside like that, if you're not absolutely alongside, as you tighten that radius up, you just can't carry as much speed through. And Jose had enough of that orange BMW, that Coconut Cartel car. And now here comes Jaden again. Now down into turn 8, looking to the inside, then swings back out. And lurking behind her is Sophia Basler. Now that is a different class, obviously. And Sophia now, after that pit stop, is just trying to claw anything back she can in this race.
Good run for Jaden out of turn 8 and 9 there, Greg. The M2 Club Sport up on the high line, up in the higher banking and oval turns 3 and 4, and they are going to be side by side through the NASCAR Speedway. M2 to driver's right, M3 to driver's left, and the gift that keeps on giving, and this is number 45 and 55 battle.
Absolutely phenomenal as she comes through and has that lead. And we saw the last time they were running like that, we saw Jose using that lower line and actually gapped her a little bit and was able to pull away using that shorter line. But I guess she decided, you know what? If I'm going to run up here, I got to pedal it. And, man, did she roll some speed. That was really impressive.
Yeah, very interesting, because with all the time we have remaining, you'd think, well, I can back out of it now. There's no need to force the issue. Right? Sprint race is already over, and we'll make this time up later. But she saw the opportunity there, kept the foot flat on the floor, and really, really carried that speed on the high line.
Yep.
Kind of forced. It's interesting because the effect of what happened down there at turn 8 and turn 9 was realized like 25 seconds later in the braking zone at turn 1 and 2. What that really did was force Jose de las Casas to take a tighter line between 1 and 2, which means a slower apex and entry speed down at turn 2, and that's where the move was finally sealed. But it takes all that time to finally realize the fruits of your labor down there at turn 8.
And that sort of pass probably wouldn't have happened if we were running the full infield roval, because a lot of that was done with that graduated banking and being able to do that. Now we'll see whether Jose can fight back. And here's the deal, too, in the MP2A category in the Enduro Series. There have been 4 rounds to date in that, and Sophia Basler has the lead in the Enduro Series as well. So she wants to get after it here. And the interesting thing, when she runs a co-driver, and I haven't seen this name on a couple of the entry lists, but the co-driver she often runs with is somebody known as Pippa Mann. If that name runs a bill, that's her coach.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 great names in racing, Greg Creamer and Pippa Mann.
Wow, I'll get you that 20 later, my brother.
Some legends here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. It's nice to see Sophia Basler really sticking with this battle. We've seen these 3 cars together on track for the last 3 races we've run this weekend, and even though that number 132 Porsche Cayman is 3 laps down to the cars that she's chasing, right there on pace.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And getting back to our MP2B battle, in terms of the Enduro standings right now, Brendan, Jose de las Casas and his co-driver, Carlos Garcia, lead that by 12 points over Jaden Beckman. So she is incredibly well motivated here to be able to get after it and put it down. And if you win, you get 25 points in this series. If you're second, it's actually 18 points. So a big swing. So if she puts this one together, that will close up. And they've announced a big season finale race at Sebring this year. And so Jaden could be right in the hunt for a championship there as well.
Yeah, particularly for endurance points. You could run a 30-minute race at Sebring, and by all accounts, it would be an endurance race. The car would feel it. You'd feel it as a driver. But if we're running a full 90-minute enduro at that Race of Champions weekend in December at Sebring International Raceway, then, I think all kinds of possibilities are still open for that race weekend.
Yeah, exactly. And, interestingly here, Marcel Fayern and Juan Fayern, they are currently in a, 7 driver tie for the lead of the points in Enduro and MP1A. And some of it's because they're teammates, right? Marcel and Juan would be teammates. Miguel Marcano and Angel Benitez would be teammates. But right now, with those guys not here, Marcel is flying out there. But I think at some point, you were talking about tire wear potentially with that big lump in the back of that car and what it does. They want to back off a little bit, because if they can bring this one home, that's going to be a big point swing for them too.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch how some of this post pit stop action pans out. We know we're going to be owed pit stops from Jaden Beckman, Jose de las Casas, in MP2B, as well as the 2 MP2A leaders. But a lot of the Porsches have already made their pit stops.
Exactly.
And if we didn't change tires, and I didn't see much of that happening down in the pit lane, the difference between the Porsche GT3 Cup cars, both with the 3.8 and the 4.0 liter engines, and the Porsche GT3R, that GT3 spec car, let's call it, the FIA GT3 spec car, could start to make themselves apparent. ABS and traction control on the GT3 spec car, no such luck if you're in a Porsche Cup car. Now, Marcel Fayern doesn't seem to be having any issues with it. That Porsche Cup car has been a rocket ship all weekend, but where the GT3R and the GT3 Cup have been a little closer in short runs, we may see a difference start to appear in the longer runs. So let's keep an eye on those cars as well.
Yep, that's It's, and that's part of the great part of enduro racing, isn't it? Is you've got to start thinking big picture. It's not just drop the hammer and go. You've got to be, looking at, all right, what's the best strategy here to get to the end? And the key in an endurance race is it's not fast laps, it's fast stint, right? Get from start to finish. That's where you want to have the best speed, and of course, nail your pit stop so that you're not, as we talked about, losing any time with that either. And it's interesting, isn't it, with Miguel Marcano, in that, as you said, that GT3R, with him getting that stop done early, if something happens and we get another caution and everybody ducks in, he cycles right to the front.
Sure,
So,
and we hadn't talked too
move.
much about that.
Yep.
So many pit stops happened right as we got to the end of the sprint race, took over for the Enduro. Now, some of that is driver changes, right? Let your teammate run the Enduro, you've been handling the sprints, whatever the case might be. But what exactly, as you said, what that means now is if we get that full course yellow and it's time for a pit stop for the remaining leaders, they're kind of out of luck, marooned in the pit lane there under the full course yellow.
Jose de las Casas down into the pits. And so here we're going to see the driver change here. And his co-driver, Carlos Garcia, won in the sprint race in the second race of this four-race weekend here. So doing the driver change, they're doing some fueling. You can see the fire bottles there. So putting some fuel in that Coconut Cartel Ronnie Sport Racing BMW. And the good sign when you're watching the pit stops here, folks, if you're at the track, you're looking at it. If everything gets done and the car just sits for a few minutes, that's a good pit stop. That means you got all your work done within that 4-minute window. If you see them scrambling right up to it, odds are they're going to lose a little time.
And that is the ideal scenario, right? So you have somebody on the radio counting down 3, 2, 1 as you get to 4 minutes and release the car, Greg.
But look at Marcano, who we thought already had a stop, has come in again, and the crew looking at the right rear corner of that car. Oh, what a shame.
What were we just talking about with the Porsches? A lot of weight out over the rear axle. Right rear corner kind of takes a beating up the big loads up the banking at NASCAR turns 3 and 4. Now looking at the right front. That car, I was just going to draw your attention to timing. Pit stop done. Fast Porsche driver aids with traction control and ABS turned to 1:18.655. Now something interesting happened on timing. Fast laps were reset because we used the oval, the full oval under a full course yellow. So we lost some of that. Marcano put in the fastest lap of the race, absolute fastest lap of the race, 1:18.655, and the next lap was stationary in the pit lane, which is just always the way. The car goes fast until all of a sudden it doesn't.
Yeah, that's it's amazing. And now Fayenne is in behind him as well.
Yeah.
So, boy, this is all sort of ending up on its head a little bit here, isn't it, potentially?
For everybody except Elaine Nadal, Adolfo Rossi, and Jaden Beckman.
Yeah.
The three of them just continuing to clock the laps in. Oh, spinner down at turn number 8. Happened to be looking that direction. Looks like a Porsche Boxster.
That's Milan Lewis, I think.
I think you're right. Number 65.
Yep.
Class leader in MP3B. Gets the car righted and sent on its way just down in front of our MP2B class leader.
And this could be big for Milan and his co-driver, Jesse Gross, because they come in here, what is it here, 13 points behind in the MP3B Enduro standings. And if he can win this, the guys who are in front at this stage aren't here. So an opportunity for him to make up a big chunk. So you got to be a little bit careful out there and keep thinking about that big picture move.
Nice to see Jesse Gross here. I crossed paths with him a couple of times, but actually never had the opportunity to say hi. And I know he lives down in the area here, but great to see him behind the wheel of a race car. Looks like, hopefully this is just the Enduro stop. Maybe Jesse getting ready to get on board.
Looks like a co-driver there. Yeah, ready to go. I'm wondering here, are we pushing the envelope for Jose de las Casas? It just feels, and to me, like this might be exceeding 4 minutes.
Yeah, we had so much happen there right as he came to a stop. The rest of the race kind of started to fall apart around us. But let's keep an eye on it. Looks like they're just waiting for that 4 minutes to elapse. Nobody's doing any work on the car. It just
I thought I saw something on that they were looking at that left rear, but maybe not. Maybe it's
Not
just somebody
anymore.
had taken a glance. Well, let's hope that he's within that window.
And you have time to make sure that everything is proper.
Yes.
Right? If the driver has reported anything back to his crew, hey, I've got a little vibration in the rear, or hey, the car feels a little bit weird when it loads up on the banking, these 4 minutes are an opportunity not just to do the things you have to do, but the things that it's nice to do, and to make sure that you're sending the car back out in the best possible condition to finish out this hour-and-a-half enduro.
Something as simple as cleaning the windshield. It gives you the opportunity. If you've been following somebody that dropped a little bit of a tire or whatever, and you got a bunch of gook on your windshield and it's obstructing your view, a chance to be able to clean that up. It's going to be interesting here because Jaden Beckman, man, if she can get out here, she puts another lap on Jose, or now on Carlos Garcia, and she does. Wow, is she on form? Outside move, just went right around the outside of that car. Yes, her tires are going to be a lot more heat, a lot more grip. And Garcia obviously was really tentative, as he should have been, down into turn 2 after sitting in the pits that long. And so that was another key lap. If there's a caution.
This is so funny, Greg. These two cars cannot be separated.
I know, no matter what happens.
The car's been in the pits for 4 minutes, and even so, they come out exactly nose to tail with almost precisely the same margin as they were, let's say, 4 or 5 laps ago when that number 55 pitted. The other thing this tells me, Greg, is because they've come out in basically the same, with basically the same on-track margin, that this is probably about 3 laps worth of time loss, which is roughly 4.5 minutes. You take about 30 seconds to transit the pit lane, and what are you left with? 4 minutes stationary in the pit stall. So it sounds to me, or seems to me, like that number 55 crew, Jose de las Casas, and his co-driver, will have basically got it nailed.
Yeah, and here comes Marcel Fayen. So that collection suites, that is one pretty car. The black with the white and gold on it. As he heads back out, I would suspect at this point that is now, if I would think it was Marcel who started, so that should be Juan Fayen, who may have taken over at the helm there.
145.6 was the outlap there for the number 55 BMW. So going to take a little bit to get up to pace. No issues getting heat in the tires, obviously. It's warm out. They'll have been pretty warm anyway, and then running a lap or 2 on that banking will heat up both left and right side tires pretty quickly.
Sorry, I was just watching that 009 heading down into turn 1 and turned in a little wide. And you know, some drivers will do that because there is a little bump down there, and turned in a little wide, but had the back end swinging around on that car as he went through. That is the MP3B car, the BMW 330, and not sure who's driving it. There were 3 people entered. Charles Vacarin ran the second race. I know he ran that one solo. Mentioned visiting from Brazil and the like, but I don't know at this stage who's in that car at this stage. But nonetheless, oh boy, we just got a note that the 55 BMW speeding on pit lane.
Well, they did almost everything right.
Yes. Yes.
Everything was right on time, and execution otherwise at the pit stop, but driver unforced error there, I think, in the pit lane, unfortunately.
And Adolfo Rossi comes into the pits, and sitting second overall at the time of that pit stop. So making a bit of a change there. It looks like he has a co-driver getting on board. I do not have a listing on who that might be at this stage.
We know that Ginetta has potential. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Like you mentioned, I think it was in the last sprint race, it's a super lightweight car compared to other cars of a that would run at that performance level, right? A little bit less power, but a lot less weight, so it's a little more nimble. Unfortunately, sometimes that means you really have to push the car to get the most out of it, and that driver skill level or driver experience can make a big difference in how those cars race over a full race distance. So let's keep an eye on that car, especially knowing that Elaine Nadal is still out in that number 112 in the overall race and MP2A class lead, because the remaining 38 minutes here could still throw up some changes in that class with the new driver on board that car.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other thing with that Ginetta, you know, you were talking about it. Yeah, sometimes you have to push it really hard, but it's so easy on tires.
Yeah.
And relative to other cars, because of that lightweight, near the end of races, it can sometimes just come alive.
Yep.
So it'll be interesting to see what plays out here. And I think what's working into that car's favor, even though it's a little down on power right now, compared to some of the other cars, working the banking in that car is going to be nothing. It's not going to hurt the tires at all. And that twisty stuff, if he had to really push, could churn those tires a little bit. So, like you said, certainly something to keep an eye on here. But how about this? Running second overall right now, a young lady named Jaden Beckman.
Yeah, how about it?
that? Isn't that impressive?
Yeah, that I've seen that M2 Club Sport a couple of places now. The number 45, bright yellow, Ruckus Racing, I think, painted on the side of that car, wrapped on the side of that car, and it just goes and goes and goes as long as you ask it to. Had a very odd sort of, I don't know if it was a transmission or a clutch issue in the second sprint race.
Yeah.
Ground to a halt up on the banking, and then I saw it again need to be pushed in the paddock. Other than that, it has done 132s, 131s, 130s with absolute precision, and Jaden has handled that extremely well. Not just in clear air, that type of consistency, but doing battle constantly with that number 55.
Yeah,
it's just been awesome.
It has been. It's just a joy to watch here. This is she's always been quick, but to me, and unfortunately I've had to miss a couple of these races, but to me this is her breakout weekend. Yeah. She has just been absolutely up on the wheel from the green flag and relentless in her chase and pursuit here. So really, really doing a nice job. Taking a look here at where Sophia Basler is. Up front, the leader is 14 laps in, and Basler, because of that pit stop, now sits in the 11th spot.
Yeah, Basler actually made a hard left turn into the paddock, Greg. We were talking about some other things at the time, but unfortunately, that pink and white Porsche Cayman Club Sport just in front of us at start-finish here. Hard left.
Oh, what a shame.
That'll be day done.
And I think I see the number 148. That is the VW Golf GTI in MP3A of Julio and Pablo Gastaldi coming in on the back of a hook, too. So
interesting.
That's a real shame.
Wonder where that car went, that it would have been recovered on a hook without us noticing.
Yeah. And it maybe just pulled off over at that cutout area between 6 and 7.
Oh, that's very true. Yeah.
That's a shame because they were entered only in the Enduro, so this was everything for them. And it's all gone, unfortunately. They say pineapple shaped?
Some fruit.
Yeah,
Pick
exactly.
one, I guess. The Ginetta's underway.
Yeah, good to see.
It's number 60, Adolfo Rossi listed on timing as the driver of that car. 3 laps behind the 112 of Elaine Nadal, who still has, I don't think that 112 is pitted yet, has it?
No, it hasn't.
Yeah.
It hasn't. So he owes us 4 minutes, so that's going to be really interesting here.
It's going to be closer to 4 laps, actually.
Yeah.
Now that Ginetta's headed into 2.
But how about this little number here? If you look at it, Elaine Nadal's fast lap in the race at 123.2. Rossi's a 120.5.
Yeah, so remember I mentioned a little earlier about those fast laps being reset because of the oval?
Yeah.
That was lap 14. So the point is correct, even if the numbers aren't necessarily.
Gotcha.
You can look through the lap history on racehero.io and find exactly the same thing, that crossbow, for whatever reason, in this Enduro has been faster and more consistent than we've seen it at any point this weekend. And whereas that Ginetta has been super, super competitive in MP2A, actually just finds itself behind the curve a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is intriguing, and we know Adolfo is a pretty good wheelman. Not sure who's behind the wheel of the car now.
Crew's done their part on the Ginetta, though,
they did.
Right? That is the one question mark we have standing over that crossbow is can they execute the pit stop properly? How much time do they give up or gain on the full in-lap, right? It's not just the pit lane we have here in front of us, but we've got to run basically a flat apron from the entry to NASCAR Turn 3 all the way around to the pit speed line here at on start-finish. Pit stop speeding is always a question mark, so we still have those things to be answered here in the last half hour or so for that KTM crossbow. Pace is there, though. 125.5, backs it up with a 26.8 and a little traffic. It's good stuff.
And coming up on, we got Just a little over 33 minutes yet to go. So closing in on that final half-hour mark as Jaden comes storming down the front straight here as we watch Marcel, or probably Juan Fayen at this point, in that beautiful Black Collection Suites Porsche.
Balked a little bit there is Alain Nadal, headed out of turn 5 and into turn number 6 by the very Ginetta we were just talking about. So I don't think we need to defend going 4 laps down here necessarily, but if the opportunity presents itself in a little bit of traffic, maybe just to use the traffic as a pick or balk your opponent just a touch, I don't think the opportunity would necessarily go to waste. Ooh, even into turn 8 there, defensive line being taken by that G55.
Obviously, he's thinking big picture, and look then at Nadal square up on the exit. And the interesting thing you see there, coming out of 7, they were really even until they got a little bit closer down that straight. And I think what that is that V6 has instant power, and it takes that little 2-liter Audi turbo a little bit to spool up, but when it does, it comes up on a pipe pretty handily here. Here they come now down the front straight, and they are in absolute lockstep right now.
I just lost another top 5 car, Greg. The 0-3 with Fayen, right?
Yeah.
It was Marcel Fayen started the car. Pit stop was already done.
Yeah.
So this would have been just drive it till the end, and that hard left turn headed down into turn number 1 into the paddock. Now, one thing I didn't see was whether or not they put fuel in that car.
Yeah.
You'd have to, I think, in a Porsche Cup to get it through 90 minutes,
You would
right?
sure think so.
Yeah. So
The interesting thing is, like I said, they're in the middle of a 1-2-3 team, 4-team tie for first in the class in the endurance points. They had a huge opportunity here to blow that one out of the water a little bit. So that had to be mighty hard to make that turn into the pit lane.
Well, when you say that, Greg, but when you look at timing, MP1A, the next car anywhere on our scoring sheet, is the number 129 of Miguel Marcano, which stopped running at lap 22.
Well,
so they are the last MP1A car running.
That's a really good point, yep.
And if your options are to spend the money to run out tires on a Porsche Cup car or to put the car in the garage and say, hey, this is a good points day for us, then maybe it's not the worst decision in the world.
But the other question is there a minimum percentage of winners' laps that you have to complete too? So those are all interesting little things.
They are. Unfortunately, I'm probably not the one to answer them. First weekend with FARA here, I don't have the rule book stack in front of me.
Well, I know somebody we can ask.
A room full of people.
Exactly.
They've been so helpful this week. The race control staff up to our left here, Gerardo Bonilla, race director, just fantastic being able to work with him this weekend. A solid racing driver in his own right. I remember growing up, although I'm not too sure so many people are going to love that, but growing up as a kid, is one of those names in Star Mazda, Skip Barber. I think a couple of American Le Mans Series prototype drives as well. Just so quick. And eventually now making the move into officiating and race direction. An excellent staff staffing the races for us this weekend, and of course with support from Homestead-Miami Speedway. About as good as it gets in this part of the world. The revived FARA Championship. Brief opportunity for me to say thank you as well from us here at Driver's Eye Live. Decided to pull the trigger on live streaming just within the last couple of weeks, and to be able to bring such an exciting series and such a well-known name in this great new chapter of what FARA is. We're just so excited to be a part of it. And then the only question mark was, well, what is it like when you get here? And I was boots on the ground on Thursday, pick up our streaming equipment, get it all set up around this great facility, and it has just floored me, start to finish. The people that are involved, the commitment to making this not just a race but an event. The wheel-to-wheel action has been far beyond what I would have ever thought it would have been before I showed up here on Thursday. And to be able to do that time after time, green flag after green flag, and then again today in the Enduro, it's just truly been a remarkable experience for us here at Driver's Eye Live. Our producer, Zach Johnson, has done a phenomenal job remotely.
Here. Well done, Zach.
Yeah. And another 28 minutes, plus a Formula Inter race still to come this afternoon.
We're not done yet. So, yeah, it's definitely happening here. And, hey, I got a clarification on that.
Go.
No minimum percentage, so the Fiens have won it, so that's a pretty good move on their part here. And you were talking about how good the racing is, and experiencing it here. I've often thought that the slogan for FARA should be FARA, good stuff, because it is. It's such great racing. So
I mean, Greg, you could make just about anything exciting, but they are just feeding you excellent filler, starting content here.
Yeah, they are.
And then your expertise, your voice, and your passion puts it right over the top. Just such good stuff.
Well, I appreciate that, and it's having a lot of fun working with you here as well.
Yeah, thanks. I just may have insulted Gerardo a little bit earlier, but you were a voice of my childhood as well. Gerardo was an on-track feature of my childhood back at Star Mazda. You were one of the soundtracks growing up. Got me into sports car racing. So to be here with you, working with you, and now commentating with you for our Enduro here this afternoon is a real thrill for me as well. So thanks for this.
That's great.
Yeah.
And I'll take that as the compliment it is, and ignore the implications about age. I'm teasing. I'm teasing. I had heroes too that got me into it, and I've talked to them over the years. And no, it's cool, and I appreciate that.
Still younger than Dorsey.
Yes. There you go. I'll take that. Yeah. And I know how you feel. I mean, I once said to David Hobbs that when I was doing PA, traveling with the Trans Am series, and Hobbs was doing the TV, and at that time he was also doing F1 and all that. And I said to him, I said, you know how I'll know when I actually made it? And he said, how? And I said, is when I introduce you as my analyst. And the coolest thing about that was, like 3 years later, he was my analyst for a Trans Am race. And as I started introducing him, he reached over and tapped my leg, and I looked over and he gave me a smile. And he'd remembered that. So, and I mean, but he was, one of my favorite drivers. And when he started getting into commentary, same deal.
How good is racing, man, as a sport? I mean, there aren't too many. I don't think there are any other opportunities in the world where you can be somebody who is passionate and somebody who enjoys racing for what it is, and have the opportunity to meet and sit alongside your heroes.
Yeah,
right. And the people that have influenced you. Tennis is a big part of the world right now. That doesn't really exist. You have so many tiers of so many professional sports, but racing is the one that really smashes them all together.
Yeah, it really does.
And just such cool stuff. And then you get to top it off with great on-track stuff as well.
Yeah, the Fiens are back up. Yeah. They must have felt something, decided maybe they just did a tire change, and it's a lot easier to do back in the paddock.
That could be.
All hands on deck for that. And there's you can only have so many people over the wall in the pit lane. And also, Nadal is in. And that means he's going to be turning over to, and we assume it was Alain Nadal that started it. He's the principal of Ansa Motorsports. But Custodio Toledo, who we've talked about, only his third year of racing, and he is just naturally fast. And so we're going to see here whether it was Custodio or Alain. Problem is that they're both really quick. So it's going to be tough.
In an already quick car.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And let's give a shout out here, coming down the front straight, the 71 of Patricio Franulik. He has been part of this. He has raced so often. He's a huge supporter of this series by his entrance and his time and the like. And just great to have him here. And he's leading in the Enduro points in the MP3A category. He's got a pretty healthy lead, and man, he's going to be able to stretch that out just a little bit more here. And Patricio, that car works, and he just laps it. He's super consistent in terms of his speeds. Just gets it done.
Yeah, there's a lot of BMWs in that MP3A class, 318s, I don't know if it's 320s or 325s, but they've put on some great scraps this weekend as well. To be honest with you, you give me a BMW 318 and tell me, hey, just go turn some laps. There's no pressure. You're the only one left in class. I'd take that opportunity every time.
You bet. Absolutely. Interestingly here, if I've done my sums right, as they say, Jaden Beckman has not yet done her stop, right? And that Expo is back out and working its way around to the track now. So that stop has been complete, heading over into turn 8 as we speak.
Yes, the Ginetta, for reference, was, where were they? Crossbows at 8. how do you lose a Ginetta?
Well, it's low and swoopy, you know.
It
So
is.
it's over in 8 right now. Just head
There
down
we go.
to the bank.
So that is a lap and some change between those two cars.
Okay.
Right? So Alain Nadal, or co-driver, is going to come through and complete lap 38. The number 60 of Adolfo Rossi, or co-driver, will come through and complete lap number 37. So they may be, let's call it 15, 12 seconds apart on track, but there is another full lap in between them in that battle for MP2A.
So the story here then would be for Rossi to drive the wheels off that, try and get around that car and hope for a caution late in this one, as we're now at 22 and a half minutes to go.
So I think one of the advantages is that even if there's a little drop-off in pace from that KTM crossbow,
Right.
with the driver change, that Alain Nadal has done enough work on his own and stretched the margin far enough that I don't know if that Ginetta is going to be able to pick the time up. You said they're both quick drivers. At this point, it almost wouldn't matter. I mean, we've got 22 minutes
that's a good
remaining, and just, Alain did just phenomenal work to stretch that gap in the first place over the G55. The other story to watch here, with Jaden Beckman not having made that pit stop as your overall race leader, is what is the margin going to be between the 45 and the 55 BMW, 55 BMW on its way through turn number 4 and 5 right now. The Ruckus Racing number 45 just kind of went through shot there at turn 6. They are 3 laps apart, and we saw the 55 made a stop. 3 laps is pretty much bang on the time you give up in a pit stop.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, could we be looking here at Jaden Beckman having stretched this margin out far enough to claim the MP2B lead? That's kind of the way it feels to me at the moment.
It just might.
I
You're right.
think we're getting a pit stop here from that 45. Jaden Beckman is far to driver's left, and indeed pulls onto the apron inside of the banking at turns 3 and 4, and this will be, with 21 and a half minutes remaining, a 4-minute mandatory stop for that 45 Ruckus Racing M2.
And it's interesting how you play this out, because the rules state all you have to do, you can make your pit stop anytime you want for that 4-minute stop. You just have to be able to leave pit lane and complete a lap. So she opted to stay late. And I'm curious, do they have tires over there, or has she taken care of that car to the point that they don't need tires? Nope, looks like just seeing fueling here.
Yeah.
And that's pretty ingenious, isn't it? Having something you can look under the car at. Looks like they stuck a little mirror underneath there.
Yeah, I think it's going to serve as a drip tray.
Oh, that's exactly what it is. Nope,
Yeah.
that's what it is.
It's right under that 5-gallon fuel canister. No tires, although they are available if she were to decide she wanted a couple of tires. Maybe right sides, as you mentioned earlier, would be the call, but that doesn't look like it's going to come to pass for that number 45. Very deliberate is what I see with this pit stop. Nobody's in a rush. Nobody's jumping over walls or running around to the right-hand side of the car. Just very gingerly back and forth. Don't spill any fuel. Don't drop anything. Don't attach or hook yourself on the car.
And let's take a moment. We've talked about Jaden's speed. How about her fitness? It's warm out there. She's driving a 90-minute Enduro solo and absolutely crushing it.
Yeah.
That is mega impressive.
Yeah, I'm going to have to... This is a name to keep an eye on for me here. I mean, we point out to...
That was Fayen just suddenly slowed over at the exit of 2. Now he's coming through, but he may be having some sort of an issue right there. As you can see him, folks. All right, now he looks like he's back up to speed. That was a weird little moment.
The moment is exactly how I would describe it. Doesn't take much down there at 1, 2, and 3.
No.
Those Porsche Cup cars especially are... I've always been told the trickiest part of driving those is the braking, right? And maybe with fresh tires it's a little easier, but as these races wear on, not only are they tricky on flat, very obvious stretches of braking zones, but now at turn 1 there, you're adding this drop off of the banking. That really pretty aggressive transition onto the flat part of the track, the curb on driver's left, and then the track narrows up so aggressively going into 2 that it wouldn't take much to just lock a brake there, drag a tire along, give yourself a flat spot. Anyway, producer Zach telling us it was just a simple off. But this appears to be...
Well, he was working some traffic, wasn't he? So he may have got suddenly surprised and had to swing wide, so that's good. Watching now, as you can see, the Carlos Garcia in that Coconut Cartel Ronnie Sport Racing BMW is going to get passed here by the very quick. Or does he see him? Well, I think he left him room, but I think let's call it either Custodio or Elaine said, yeah, I've got a big lead here. I don't need to push that too much.
Where is the urgency if you're in that number 112? You have everything going in your favor, right?
Yeah,
Pit stops are done. You're back into the overall lead already with that 45 still stationary in the overall fight. And it would certainly seem like the smart play would just be, if there's any question, there's no question.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
just back out of it and wait to fight down the straightaways.
Well, in the last lap time, Elaine, that they whoever's in that car ran was a 28.5.
Yeah.
Rossi's was a 34.5. So, and you know that you got your eyes on your competition there and tracking them. So they know that right now they just have to bring this thing home. They've got 17 minutes left, and just keep hitting your marks. Don't throw it off the road. Take it easy, but not so easy you lose focus, because that happens.
It absolutely does. Focus right now is down in MP2B. What we're watching, if you're trackside, is the orange BMW making its way between turns 7 and 8. And if you're on the front straightaway, you're waiting for that number 45 yellow BMW M2 to start rolling, which it has. This is the battle in MP2B. And with them on the same lap now, 45 headed to pit out here. Should be back up to speed in about 10 seconds, which is not nearly enough time for that 55 BMW to get onto the rear bumper of Jaden Beckman. And happy to report that all of that hard work that Jaden Beckman did over this stint has resulted in a pretty handy lead for that 45.
Yeah, it has. She just has been amazing, really, up on the wheel.
It's the farthest apart these two cars have been all weekend.
Exactly.
And it's not 40 seconds. Timing did update to show us that, but obviously with that car, that 45 car being at reduced pace down the pit lane, in distance at race pace, this is going to be something closer to about 15. And to be able to say that that's the farthest apart these cars have been
says a lot.
In 2 hours of racing, 3 hours of racing this weekend is incredible.
And if Carlos Garcia really has the bit in his teeth, it's going to take Jaden a lap to get some heat back in those tires. So he might be able to gain a little bit, but that's a big ask to try in these last now 15 and a half minutes to make anything happen. Hey, real quick, just to update everybody, that fourth sprint race, that again was part of the first 30 minutes of this event. Just to give you some ideas here, Marcel Fayenne winning it overall in that 0-3, that beautiful Porsche. That's the MP1A class. Alex Hernandez winning in FP3 over Teddy Alvarado in a really good pitch battle, just a couple of seconds separating them. Fourth overall, second in MP1A was the 241 of Aiden Ramos, and then the 129 of Miguel Marcano rounding out the top three in the MP1A category. Alain Nadal winning in the MP2A category in that crossbow. Mark Julien getting a fourth straight win in the MP1B category in that beautiful white number 87 Porsche. Adolfo Rossi second in the MP2A category. Jose De Las Casas getting the win over Jaden Beckman by that much. Once again, they were so close. The margin was basically 1.4 seconds, so that's just been remarkable. Marco Pisa in the number 78 finishing third in MP2B, and then the 77 Rick Carlos winning MP3A. David Tuati fighting his way up into the 13th spot overall, and a decent finish, and I think he got the win. He did in the MP3B category over Milan Lewis. They were really close as well. And Patricio Franulik getting the win, in the MP3A category, finishing second in that category to Carlos. And then Rodolfo Rodriguez getting the win in Honda Wars, and Alex Garcia actually splitting Rodrigo and Luis Rene Canajote and getting second in that category, with Canajote getting third. So that really helps Rodolfo Rodriguez there in that pitch points battle. And unfortunately, our 009, the Jonathan and Charles and Roberto driven car, having a good run in their debut here with us. Carlos Lazaro, fourth in Honda Wars. Sophia Baszler down a number of laps due to the issues that she had. And if you remember, Jonathan Bowerman, who was so fast and doing such a great job, had that mechanical issue, ended up back in the order in the MP3A category. So that's how that all sort of finished out there at that stage. So just want to let everybody know who may have been paying attention to those sprint category runs, who had done what. So there you have the rundown for that, as we have 13 minutes left here in Enduro.
Been a reasonably clean afternoon, all things considered, Greg. I think
Yeah, it really has.
It's a little toasty, right? Maybe don't have the direct sunlight that you often get here in South Florida this time of year. So maybe a little more mercy out of the track temperatures than we might have otherwise had. But thoughts to the drivers here who have toughed the heat physically and, frankly, kept the cars on the black stuff.
They've done a great job.
The track temperature, the ambient temperature, a little bit of driver fatigue, certainly some tire fatigue, right? Even if you're running a hard compound, you're putting a lot of temperature into and energy into those tires.
Well, the other part is this track is known to be incredibly abrasive on tires.
You can see it in the aggregate on the surface.
You bet.
Yeah.
Lots of, it looks like shells.
Yes.
That's exactly what it is.
Yep.
And the thing with those is, other types of aggregate polish nicely and they get rounded. When the shell breaks, it's just sharp. So it just stays that way.
I'll tell you what, I've made a couple of trips up to Road America this spring and summer. And that's been the big talking point in national level racing, right? Is this brilliant repave they've done up at Road America. It is like a solid sheet of rubber. I mean, there's no variation to it. It is just billiard table smooth.
Yep.
And you can feel it when you walk on the surface. You come to a place like Homestead that hasn't had a repave, I think, of the infield in
a long time,
15, 20 years at least. You can really feel it in the surface.
Yep.
Can provide a little bit of grip for a while, but eventually, like you say, those sharp edges as the track surface starts to just show its age can really take some life and energy out of the tires.
It really does. It really does. And yeah, you're right about Road America. It's one of the two best repaving jobs I've seen. The other one being Watkins Glen a few years ago.
Still amazing.
Still amazing. The grip that place offers up. But yeah, Road America. I was there for the Moto America Superbike race, and after they run it in, and there hadn't been a lot of racing on that track when they got there, and they ran it in for a day. And when the Superbikes came out to actually start racing, they were up over 190 miles an hour, and a lot of that was just the grip that they could carry through some of those turns. Just unbelievable. So
you see it in four-wheel cars, but to see that kind of grip out of a two-wheel machine, and then knowing you're hitting those types of speeds at the end of a long straightaway is utterly terrifying.
Yeah. I've often said that race car drivers, especially the really top-level ones, are wired differently.
Yeah.
Motorcycle racers are gladiators.
I believe that.
That's the only way you can describe it.
We want to categorize rally drivers in there somewhere.
Yeah, they're probably right in the middle.
Just nuts.
Yeah.
I think they may just be crazy.
As crazy as rally drivers are, I think every one of them would pale and get sick as a dog thinking about running the TT.
Oh, yeah.
On the Isle of Man. Like I said, they're gladiators.
Didn't Mark Higgins in his Subaru a couple years ago took his American rally car, by the way, out to the Isle of Man TT and ran a full lap of the course. 27 or 28 minutes, I think.
Crazy.
Neither of them seem like a terribly good idea. If you're familiar with the Isle of Man TT, one of the last bastions and things that people love to do despite the very, very obvious risks. But
sort of like the motorcycle version of running with the bulls.
That's exactly what it is.
It's just nuts.
Except instead of bulls, it's stone walls in the middle of an island. Yeah. Crazy stuff. A little more tame environment here at Homestead-Miami Speedway, but still reflective of all the things that we love about motorsports.
Exactly. And we are into our final 10 minutes. of this one. And right now, Elaine Nadal has a comfortable lead, about a lap up on Rossi. Jaden Beckman continues to impress, running in third with her margin about 21 seconds over Carlos Garcia in that orange number 55. Milan Lewis continues to impress, leading in MP3B, but you got to give a shout out here to our visitors, the 009 entry of Jonathan and Charles and Roberto in MP3B. They're down a little bit, but they're on the same lap as Milan Lewis, who's been untouchable in the sprint races here, and their deficit, they're within 40 seconds of Milan, who has obviously been doing a really great job. So a huge shout out to that trio of drivers. Great to have them here. And then Patricio Franulik, he just continues to lap and handily up in front in MP3A right now.
Remember, that 009 hasn't had a perfect day. No fault of the drivers, but some issues plagued that car in our earlier sprint races, and they got it fixed, got it sent back out on track. And you say, the margin's 40 seconds up to the class-leading number 65. But that's 40 seconds over 40 laps.
Yeah.
We're talking about a massive margin there.
Yep.
And for first-timers, fantastic.
Oh, absolutely. Done very, very well. Here comes Patricio as he flies by and just keeps the pace going here.
I think a lot of our lead cars in particular have all realized that the margins have been established. Right? Those in the lead have done the hard work early and can relax a little bit now, and those that are chasing more or less lost the opportunity unless something untoward happens to one of the cars we've got left. And certainly nobody wishes that,
right.
But that is the remaining hope for, let's say, Adolfo Rossi. Right. No point in pushing unless, certainly don't have to.
Exactly. Little clarification here. It was Custodio Toledo who started in the 112, the crossbow. So it is Elaine Nadal behind the wheel right now. And in the Ginetta is Aline Caprini, and she is the wife of Adolfo Rossi.
Oh, very cool.
She's doing a heck of a job out there, too. Congratulations to them.
You've been singing Custodio's praises up here for the better part of the last 2 days. No surprise then that was the case up in that number 112. Phenomenal first stint out of that KTM crossbow.
Yeah. For the amount of time, or the lack, let's put it, of time he's ever been doing driving anything, you can tell that he just, it works for him. It's like those guys that can sit down at a piano and it just makes sense and they can just play. He's kind of like that. He gets not just the speed part of it, but the strategy part of it. And when to, big picture think and when to be aggressive and that. And, it's been great to see him here. And he and Elaine are friends, and Elaine said, hey, you want to come co-drive with me at FARA? And Custodio said, yeah.
That's so cool. When you build a skill set in a challenge class or a spec class like Ferrari Challenge, it can be easy to just make it about the wheel-to-wheel action and make it about trying to get everything out of a car. But to be able to expand your skill set into multi-class racing, multi-class sprint racing, which is a totally unique animal we don't get a lot of places, and then to throw endurance racing in on top of that and to demand that consistency out of yourself is a really impressive building of skill sets there for somebody who doesn't have a whole lot of experience behind race cars that go as quickly as that crossbow does.
Yeah. And I don't know that he's ever driven it before.
That's even more impressive.
So that sort of tells the tale here. So doing a nice job as that car now with just under 5 minutes to go. That crossbow working through turn 4, now 5, and making its way down that back straight, going around Carlos Garcia, who, and then we'll be closing on the back of our 009 entry.
I'll tell you what here, Greg, it doesn't matter, except for the bragging rights you talked about earlier. You like to say you finished second overall, third overall, even if it doesn't matter so much in your class position. But Adolfo Rossi he started the car, correct?
Right.
That number 60. That number 60, backing off the pace a little bit, had been in the 31s, 32s, now doing 34s. Jaden Beckman has not let up. Still in the 33s, now a 34.7, and there was a small chance before this last lap that Beckman could have taken the fight to that number 60 if she wanted to. But this traffic here is the dagger at turn number 1. Slowly around the outside of the 71. And my point is moot. So they'll just be bringing these cars home now.
Yeah, and, it's always nice to have, that overall finishing position. And what's nice is if, right now, though, how much of a difference is it between third and second on the podium? You know what I mean? And she's on the overall podium right now, at any rate. So, and the other part of it is, I'm sure her crew is on the radio going, not in your class. You've got a nice margin here. Get your points. Don't throw it away. And I'm sure Jaden has been, listening and going, gotcha. But still, I get, sometimes you do have that desire to just get up there and get after the people in front of you in a different class.
It's easy to call yourself a hero by your finishing position. Sometimes you become a hero by just turning consistent laps and making really good decisions.
Bingo.
And I think if you're going to identify one thing that Jaden has done exceptionally well today, both in the sprint races and today in the Enduro, it's consistency and smart decisions, smart racing.
Yeah, without a doubt. She's been aggressive when she needed to be, when it was going to pay off for her, but we've also seen her check up and go, this is not the time. Yeah, no, she's been doing a really nice job. And I see a white flag in our starters' hands, which means, as we're watching Elaine Nadal, the team principal of Ansa Motorsports, hustling that beautiful black crossbow out of the final turn 11 or oval 4, and coming up, and there it is, white flag, 1 lap to go here at Homestead-Miami Speedway, all part of the FARA Championship Series. This is the 6th round for the series, 5th round for this Enduro, and it's all part of the Hankook 300, the Hankook Tires support of this very wonderful event. And right now, all that Elaine needs to do is just hit those marks. Noticed, he's not giving up on it. I mean, he's running 130s, and he's capable of running 128s, in that range here at this stage. So it's not like he's just easing off at this point hugely here. He's keeping the mojo alive a bit.
Almost sad this one's coming to a conclusion, Greg. It's been such good racing all weekend. We've still got a Formula Inter race to go, so we're not going anywhere. But these production cars, the FARA prototypes we saw on track, and the sprint races as well, it's been such a good weekend of racing, such great times covering it on Driver's Eye Live, and having your voice alongside it. Just really, really good stuff all weekend. Really excited for what FARA holds in the future as well.
Oh, I think so. And, that's, this new management group are doing everything they can to up the presentation, up the professionalism of the series. It's just great to see. And now Elaine Nadal through the final turn. Here he comes, folks. Make some noise as he comes by. That beautiful crossbow up on the banking. And Nadal and Toledo win for Ansa Motorsports and crossbow here at the Hankook Tire 300 at Homestead-Miami Speedway. Patricio Franulik coming through. He'll win in the MP3A category. Great drive for him. There comes Carlos Garcia, and will end up second in the MP2B category. Here comes our 009 entry of the trio of Jonathan and Charles and Roberto. A solid run for them in MP3B. They will be second to Milan Lewis. And Milan right now, trying to see if he's already come through and taken that flag at this point. And now waiting for Adolfo Rossi, who will finish second overall, second in MP2A, along with his wife Aline, who is behind the wheel right now. Aline Caprini doing a really nice job as well. Here she comes. Great job by Adolfo and Aline.
I think Milan Lewis is going to be our last finisher here.
There he is.
Just up ahead of the crossbow, headed into
Here comes Jaden. What a weekend she has had. And along with 2 wins in the sprints, she ends up with a win in the MP2B category and a solid one at that. Pretty handy margin she had here in this one. So great job by her. And again, not just, obviously awfully quick for her as Milan Lewis comes through. Really, really quick, but also Great decision making and endurance driving this one by herself. Well done to Jade. Well done to all of our competitors.
Yeah, absolutely. Both in the Enduro and the 4 sprint races we had that preceded our 90-minute marathon this afternoon. Just can't sing the praises of everybody involved with this weekend enough, both on and off the track. The on-track racing, just genuinely some of the best stuff I've seen in a long, long time. So clean, but so exciting. And yeah, nice to round out our FARA weekend, the Hankook 300 weekend, before we turn our attention to Formula Inter to send us home.
Absolutely, and certainly looking forward to this one. This one is going to be really fun as well. They always just put on a superb show, does Formula Inter. So really looking forward to seeing how this one unfolds. We certainly had a fabulous battle in that first one, didn't we?
Oh, it was the best. If I were on the mics, I don't know that I could have kept quiet. I mean, it was just, it was tight. It was respectful. It was almost exclusively clean and just for a bunch of young drivers still getting their feet wet in wheel-to-wheel action.
Yep.
Downforce cars and everything that learning that type of driving comes with. Just so impressive.
It is, and that's coming up next. That'll actually wrap up once we get that Formula Inter race underway. We'll wrap up our wheel-to-wheel action for the weekend. We got a couple of those academy sessions that are going to take us to the end of the day, but looking forward to this one. So as the cars from the Enduro make their way over into the Victory Circle area, we're going to take a quick pause here for just a minute, and then we will be back with the second Formula Inter race, folks. You're not going to want to miss this one. Be ready and get after it, because they're sure gonna. Welcome back, everybody, as our action continues here on an absolutely jam-packed weekend for round 6 of the FARA Championship season. We just completed the 90-minute Enduro that incorporated the final 30-minute sprint race of the 4 that are run on these weekends, but we're not done racing yet. Coming up now is Formula Inter, and if you missed the first one, you missed a heck of a show. If you didn't, you know what's coming. And obviously in this Enduro race, it's drivers. Probably a lot of these drivers have driven a fair amount, have some experience playing the long game. That's going to change right now because 25 laps by 8 young guns coming out to prove themselves to the racing world, make that big step out of go-karts or make that big step out of production road-based cars and into open-wheel cars with wings and a little bit of downforce. And they've got something to prove, and they are going to go after it. Remember, the way that they finished in that first race is how they're going to start. So Alex Popov will be bringing them to the flag. One of the more experienced drivers in this field, and even so, this is his first season ever driving Formula 4 or F4 equipment here, and that's what makes it so intriguing is he's adapted nicely. He's got a nice racing pedigree with his dad being a 2-time IMSA prototype champion. But okay, the pace car is moving, and that means that we're going to see those beautiful Formula Inter cars make their way out of their paddock area as we get ready to go racing. Just a quick reminder, folks, these cars are Ligier F4 chassis, and they all run a 2-liter 4-cylinder Honda K20 engine. Basically, as I've said before, it's the same engine that is in a Honda Civic. They put out about 150 horsepower. The cars are only 1,300 pounds, so lightweight, and that kind of power makes them racy. They don't have massive top-end speeds, but that's not what they're designed for. They are designed to carry speed through corners, and that's what the agility of the open-wheel formula is, if you will. And then you combine it with some wings front and rear, and that allows these cars to really stick through the corners. And as we said, this is the stepping stone for young drivers coming out of kart, or maybe they've run some other type of road-based car or whatever, but now to try this step into this category. And this whole championship sort of was devised as if you go right from karts into Formula 4 at the top level or into USF 2000 or whatever, it's a huge financial step. And what this series is based on is saying, look, we can give you that platform. Yeah, the cars are a couple of years older than the newest trick stuff. They're still incredibly quick, incredibly racy, and you can learn your craft and you can do it without spending that much money. And as a result, we get some absolutely incredible racing. And Formula Inter has been just an amazing partner with FARA here in running their races on the same weekends, and they have put on some amazing shows, and that's what we're going to see here. Once again, your front row, based on how they finished in the previous race today, Alex Popov in the number 11. Then the number 8 of Michael Costello will be next out of the gate, and will be starting on the outside of that front row. So look for Michael. He had a problem in qualifying and ended up back in the order after running really quickly in the practice session. So he had work to do, and boy did he, aggressively fighting his way up. And he's also a pretty experienced driver. He and Alex probably the most. He's won a couple of F4 races and has done a nice job here this season. And prior to that, he has done some driving in F2000 type of equipment. So he's got that capability, and obviously putting it to really good use. Third is the number 9 of Santiago Fernandez, and he's sponsored, by the way. I should mention that Michael Costello has ProGuard Warranty as a sponsor. Fernandez has JF Roofing as a sponsor. He's a karting phenom, and this is only his second time behind the wheel of an F4 car. And just got caught watching kart racing, decided to give it a go. And he has done a great thing. He's also a big fan of soccer, and he's also a full-time student in college right now. Then Suelio Almeida in the number 7 next up. He'll start 4th. Great run in that first race. We've talked a lot about him here, how he came through sim racing, coaching, and learning that craft. It became one of the top coaches in sim racing. then got an opportunity after winning a sim championship to actually drive in a production street-based car in the Super Production Series in Canada, and ended up getting a win at the 8 Hours of Calabogie, and now trying to go to that next level, all the while being a huge content producer on YouTube with some 50,000 followers. So he's a busy guy. Then in row number 3, the inside, the number 5 of Mayru Herrera, a young woman who has got a lot of talent here. Great to have her with us. And then in the next row, next to her, the number 14 of Mate Casieres, another very talented female. Then the 7th spot, the number 12 of Christian Garduño, who had a problem in the early race and got clipped. And then Emma Scarborough, who had a problem as well. Here we go. We're green. 25 minutes to go. And Alex Popoff timing that well. He saw what happened in that first race where third place starter went to the front. Alex wanted none of those games. He lights up that left front, though, into turn 2, but keeps it on the dark stuff. Thought he might run wide, but got off the brake just quick enough. And that keeps him. And we've got somebody off on the outside of turn number 2. Can't really see it from the track side view. All right, that car now has gathered it up and is continuing. So that's going to really set them back. Meanwhile, down into turn 7, big lunge from third, going to second on the inside, side by side through that corner, and still side by side on the exit. Wow, some absolutely intense racing right from the off here, and all of that is going to help Popoff. With those guys going side by side, it's going to allow Popoff to open that margin up a little bit. And you wonder if it isn't Santiago Fernandez who's getting racy early because of the fact that Costello was able to pip him in that race. And they are again side by side. You can see on the exit of 8, and kind of a pinch move. The car on the outside kind of squeezed the other one here, trying to get him to have to give it up a little bit. Nothing doing there. And so we come around to complete our first lap. And Popoff already has that little bit of a margin built up as he comes through. Popoff, and it is, that's Popoff actually in second. So I didn't catch the number of that first car through, but maybe they passed over behind some trees or whatever. So that was a pretty stellar move. And right now my scoring is locked up just a little bit, so that was the 8 of Michael Costello. So getting really, really aggressive early on here and going to the lead and trying to drive away from everybody, with Popoff in second and Suelio Almeida moving up into third, and Santiago Fernandez. That's what happened. Santiago, there were 2 cars that had a moment there at the exit of 2. One continued fairly quickly, and the other one was way back there, and that one that was way back was Mauro Herrera, and that's why she's now down in 8th and a ways back. But I think it was Santiago Fernandez was the car that got hung up for a moment and then was able to continue over at turn 2 and 3. And we have a car off on the outside of 8 right now as well on the approach, and where that car is sitting, that happened under braking into 8, or maybe some contact out there. So, tough break here. But as we said, not going to be short on intensity and incitement here. 25 minutes with all these drivers trying to prove their stuff. And Costello comes through. Popoff in second. Garduño up 4 spots in this race to third. Fernandez 4th. How about Emma Scarborough after that off she had early? Now up into 5th, having a really good run. Then Mate Casieres, and unfortunately, I think that car that was off at 8 is Suelio Almeida. That is a tough, tough break for Suelio here, who had such a great scrap and fight up to 4th in that first race. Now he's got work to do to try and come through the field at this point. Yep, and he has now dropped all the way back to the 8th spot. So tough day for Suelio at this stage as he just now comes by. But got the car righted and is back in the fight at least. And, you know, we talk about, yeah, you want to be racing, you want to be fighting at the front. But one of the things that a series like this also trains you in is how to deal with adversity when you have a moment like that. You let the red mist and sort of absolutely enshroud you, and then you go out and just keep making mistakes? Or do you say, look, this is a learning moment, I'm going to get back out, there's still a lot of laps to be run, and even though I'm not in the fight for a win or a podium or a top 5 right now, I can still learn. And that's the key here. By himself, now nobody around him, he can just focus on working on any corners he may have had a little issue on and the like. That's all part of the game. But up front, Costello comes by, and Alex Popov is closing that margin up just a little bit. Garduño, really impressive, as I said, coming from the 7th spot now up into that 3rd spot. And he got helped off the track in the earlier race today, so he feels that there's something for him to be doing. But Santiago Fernandez only a 1/4 of a second off of Garduño's gearbox in that battle for the last podium spot. And looks like Popov now is closing it back up again on Costello just a little bit as they head into 7 here. You can see that margin has come down. And then there's that battle for that 3rd spot once again between Garduño and Fernandez. Fernandez was on pole after qualifying for that first race, and then ended up getting a 3rd, and now he's sitting in 4th. I'm sure he's going to feel pretty aggrieved, like what is going on here. And then sitting in a somewhat lonely 5th spot is Mate Casieres, doing a really nice job. She showed great speed in that qualifying session earlier. And Emma Scarborough, after having that off, doing a really nice job. She's only 15 years old and has absolutely no experience in these types of cars coming in to this series this year. And so for Emma, it's a huge near vertical learning curve for this very talented 15-year-old. She is a really standout driver in kart racing. So this has been a big, big moment for her to come up here. And take a look at this now as Popov has closed that gap down from 7/10 of a second to 3/10. Fernandez has drifted back by about 1/10 from Christian Garduño. That margin 1/4 of a second now to just under 0.4. Mate Casieres, a little bit adrift to them at this stage. Then Emma, and then a recovering Maru Herrera at this point. And I believe they, though, are all on the same lap. So Maru, we've seen her show some really serious speed, as we have from Suelio. So opportunity for them to be able to do something here. Here is Mate right there coming into view as she exits turn 6, using every ounce of the racetrack as she swings through and starts to move away with Emma Scarborough not too far behind here. Mate out of Uruguay. Her dad got her into racing. He still rally races in Uruguay. And she joined the Formula One Academy this year. She's got a little bit of previous F4 experience in her native Uruguay. And in the U.S., in 2022, she raced a couple of USF4 and USF Junior races, and then took part in the Formula Winter Series with a team with the name, that was in Spain, with the team the name of Campos Racing. And if you're familiar with global racing and the junior formula, Campos is legend. Oh, big lunge here. That may have been the move here for Santiago Fernandez, ducking down to the inside of Christian Garduño. Looks like he got that pass done. Just timed it perfectly. Just caught enough of a draft and then snuck down and sort of froze Garduño up on the outside going into turn 1. And now we're going to see the same type of attack from Popov. You can see Costello now is protecting to the inside, forcing Popov around the outside as we head into turn number 6. Now Popov says, okay, I'm going to swing out wide here and try and round you up. And they're still side by side through 7. They're side by side through 8. And this might give Popov the inside line down into turn 8. What a piece of driving by Alex Popov to be able to stay parked on the outside. And how about a huge shout out here to Michael Costello. Could have easily run wide and driven him right off the track and did not. Gave him enough room to race. That is real respect. Now, Costello, though, coming right back on him. And not a big surprise, Popov down into turn 10 here, where we turn into the infield for this series. keeping him pinched to the outside, because you don't want to go through the outside at 10 and get trapped there in 11. But all that side-by-side racing has now brought those drivers behind right into the mix, and now we have a 3-car battle for the lead. Just some great stuff here. Popov, Costello, and Santiago Fernandez. So just that quick, Garduño gets displaced, as does Costello. And the question now is Garduño going to be able to close it up and get back in and make this a 4-Ligier train, if you will? And at the same time, Popov looking to drive away at this point. We've talked about the abrasiveness on the tires of this track. And we saw in that first race, Popov, it looked to me, laid back just a little bit, saved a little bit of tire to have something laid. This time he wants to lead. So maybe in that race he found a little something. He and the crew over in the Formula Inter paddock found a little something where he wants to be able to go here and see if he can get the other guys to run their tires off, trying to stay with them. And that's all part of what this series is about. Education. You learn something, let's try it. Let's see if it works. All right, well, that was not right. Or, hey, that hooked up, that worked. And all of that goes into the mental notebook for these young drivers looking to step up into the higher echelons of the sport. Suelio Almeida, continuing lap. He's throwing down some pretty darn good lap times. 133s, so that's what the leaders are running. In fact, Costello running a 134, so he's showing really good speed. It's just with that off at turn 8 cost him a lot of time and distance on the track here as their top 4 flashes through. And I'm taking a look here. Mate Casieres in the number 14, she just ran a 132.6. That's the fastest lap of anybody on the track. She is catching that group of 4 up in front. Garduño won a 32.9, Fernandez a 33, Costello a 33, Popov a 32.9. So Mate is reeling these guys in here. When asked what her goal was, her comment was, I want to be a full-time race driver. Sure, I'd love to, end up in F1 or IndyCar or whatever some of the top series are, but if I can be a full-time race driver, I'm going to be happy. And that oftentimes, that's the bigger goal sometimes. And right now, Popov has made a little bit of an escape, folks, as you watch him out of turn number 8 here. You can see that margin he's built up. Then the 3 in between, Costello, Fernandez, and Garduño, relatively close. And then the closing, Mate Casieres. Down through this really serpentine section of track. 11, 12, 13, 14, and then 15, this last bend back up onto the speedway. A 32.4 that time by Popov, a 32.9 by Costello. Everybody in the 32s. But guess what? Mate Casieres, fastest of them all at a 132.3. Oh, side by side over at turn number 3 here, folks. That's gonna, that was the big gift to Alex Popov. That just let him gain almost double his advantage here. And we still have 13 minutes left to go in this one. But what that could do for Popov right now is he can back off a smidge, save a little bit of tire, and not give up a lot of time here. And that's brought, look where Mate is. She is right now on the back. And now that battle for third, another pass attempt going to be happening here. Lunge down to the inside, down into turn number 8. Oh, and he loses it. He spins. He collects the third place car. Wings coming off. Couple of cars. He's trying to get restarted. The car that's stuck there. And the car he clipped. We did have a couple of passes, so I'm not sure who they are, but oh no. He cannot get the car restarted, he or she, and steps out. And a full course caution. Full course caution. And now what's going to be sort of interesting here is it's Popov, and it was Santiago Fernandez who made that big pass and jumped up into the second spot, and Mate Caceres avoiding those two spinning cars. That was an amazing piece of evasive driving. And Mate now up into third, with Costello losing a spot down into fourth, and Emma Scarborough up into the top 5. This young 15-year-old running the 15 on her car. What a story this could be. Unfortunately for her, the big gap she had back to Mauro Herrera and Garduño and Suelio Almeida, that gap could be gone, and we'll see what she's going to be able to do here. So now this caution just sort of puts pause on everything. And the big question that I would be asking now, and looking at this from the perspective of Alex Popov, he pushed really hard early. Now the field is right back on him. Did he use up too much tire trying to open that gap? Let's take a look at a replay here for what happened down in turn 8. As they come in here, well, here it is. You can see, came from a long way back and had that angle. He was really tight to the inside, turned in, and the back end just swapped, and around it came. And that was Garduño. He's had a tough go. He was taken out in the earlier race today, not his doing. This one, pretty much all on him. And, you know, they're young, they're aggressive, they're going after it here. And you can see, thought he had that move made, and then as soon as he went to turn in, the back end just snapped around on him. And that was it. So now our field tiptoeing through that area. Hopefully, this will be a relatively quick cleanup, and we can get a few more laps of racing in here for this very exciting Formula Inter Series race. I've always wondered with this name of this series, Formula Inter, and it's a series, if they're taking a play off of that fabulous German sports car top tier series back in the 80s and 90s, the Inter Series. That was talk about some great racing. That was one where it was kind of run what you brung. You'd see Can-Am cars and Porsche 917s and everything thrown in the mix there. I think it's the Inter being international here because you do have certainly an amazing contingent of international competitors that come out and run this here, and keeping an eye on that cleanup, but it's all going to come down to any kind of damage here. Christian Garduño, unfortunately, the driver who had that issue over there, he won his first kart race this year at the Mexico Formula Kart Series with an X30. This is his first year driving an F4, and he first tried a kart in 2021. That was the first racing that he did, and has already got that level of speed, and that explains it. He has very little racing experience, so that's racecraft, and that's what he's going to have to learn here, and that's what this is all about. You hate to see it involving another driver and a little bit of contact, but nonetheless, Christian Garduño is showing why he's got that level of chops here at this stage. And Herrera Maru, we haven't talked a lot about her. She's 18 years old from Argentina. She's got a couple of years racing a Paria 60cc in Argentina, and 6 years racing Rotax Evo and X30s in Argentina and South America. In 2019 and 2021, she ran in the ROK GP Cup in Italy, started racing Formula Metropolitana in Argentina this last year, and is continuing this year. Her father used to race karts in Argentina, and that was the hook for her here. She just graduated high school, planning to attend college to study architecture. And one last thing I wanted to mention, we've talked about Suelio Almeida and all of his coaching and sim racing, and ending up winning a sim race championship. In fact, 2021 becoming the Porsche Esports Sprint Challenge Canada champ, and the coaching that he's done, and getting hooked up with some absolutely top teams, getting the opportunity to run in the Canadian Super Production Championship. But the one thing we haven't talked too much about Suelio Almeida is he also managed to attend college and get a master's degree at the University of Montreal. And of course, you're thinking mechanical engineering, aeronautical engineering. No, sir. His degree, and I love this, piano performance. He is a world-class piano player as well. And it's obviously a pretty adept racing driver. And again, the content producer we've talked about on YouTube. So he is a man of many talents. There's no question about that, is our Suelio Almeida. And we're so lucky to have him here in this championship. It looks like they have Christian's car now on the back of the wrecker, just trying to get it towed off. There's a little cut-in area there. And hopefully they can get that. The angles were wrong. They couldn't get that car turned quick, tight enough. I'm hoping they're just going to tuck it over by that yellow Corvette, folks, and just give him a push in there. That's all they have to do. We can go back to racing. We still have 5.5 minutes to go. You hate to see this, obviously, and these cautions just eat up time. And if they can just tuck that car back over there, get a couple of those crew, the EV crew guys, push that car into that cutout and clear the track, we're racing. Let's see if they make that happen here. All right, we got the indication from the start, the driver of the pace car, one lap. So that is the anticipation. So maybe 2 laps left in this one when we go back to green. And you can see right now Alex Popov starting to bob and weave a little bit. Some of that is a little bit of heat in the tire from the bobbing and weaving. A lot of that is just to clean the tire. You get much better heating of the tire by standing on the brakes really hard and having those brakes light up. And what happens is the heat from the brakes radiates through the wheel rim up to the tire, and it heats the tire from the inside out, which is a much better heating of the tire, far more consistent than just surface heat from that scrubbing back and forth. So a lot of that scrubbing is more to make sure those tires are clean as they get ready to go. And of course, the one thing you have to watch for in every restart is, because you're running at a much reduced pace, right? The tires lose temperature, and as a result, the pressure in the tire goes down, right? Any gas, whether they're running air or nitrogen or a mix, as it heats up, the molecules expand, the tire pressure goes up, and you set the car up to run at a specific tire pressure. And on these restarts, oftentimes, you lose a fair amount of tire pressure because the temperature drops in the tires, and it can take a few corners, even a lap, to get those pressures back up and get that handling where it's designed, because they set the car up anticipating a certain pressure. And if you started with a little bit higher pressure, near the end of a race, the tire's going to go off because it overheats. But if you did that on a restart, that tire's going to come in quicker. And so sometimes you'll play that game. You'll throw a little risk at it. I'm going to run a slightly higher pressure to start the race. And if we have a caution, maybe I can make some big moves later in the race. So we're going to see how all of that plays out. But they have the car of Christian Garduño now on the hook. It is going to be heading into the pit lane here fairly quickly. And we should be able to get back to green flag racing here. And they're running 131s. Yeah, if they come around here quick enough, we can get 2 laps in. Pace car is running a pretty slow pace right now. Lights out. Well, let's hope that they say, let's go for 2 laps here and put on some racing here and see what can unfold. A couple of big stories here. Can Alex Popov fend off, I'm sure, of a driver in Santiago Fernandez, pole sitter, who hasn't had the wins to back that up? Mate Casieres, really solid in third. Michael Costello, we've seen him be uber aggressive. And speaking of that, Costello diving down to the inside of Mate Casieres as they come out of the last turn, then swinging wide. That's kind of a rude move, but it's all part of the racing game, trying to get Mate to have to get off of her line and back off a little bit. And so here we go, and everybody line astern right now. And for Santiago Fernandez, nobody came up and giving him any action at that point. So now Santiago is going to be able to just focus ahead, but he now has Michael Costello, who has been really aggressive. Remember in that first race, after running near the front, Michael had a problem in qualifying, was way down the order, and fought his way up onto the podium, so we know he's got pace and he's going to be really aggressive. And Mate hanging right there in that 4th spot. Looks like a pass down into 8. And that might be Suelio Almeida possibly. Oh, they're side by side through 8, really close. And the outside car drops the tires, but saves it, hangs on to it. But that cost a little drive out of the corner, has to tuck back in. So that could have been Suelio on Maru. Field now streaming down through turn 11. Here they come. That lead trio was broken away just a little bit here. Then Mate sitting there in that 4th spot, sort of a lonely 4th at this point. And then the battle behind. Here we go. Pop-up, Santiago, Costello, then Mate, Emma Scarborough, Mauro Herrera, and Suelio. So it was Suelio trying the move on Mauro Herrera, but Mauro had that better line, and Suelio ran wide, lost that drive. But now the attack continues over in the exit of turn 3 into 4, side by side in the back of the field. Oh, one of the cars running really wide, got it back on track, but that's going to cost some momentum here. And Santiago Fernandez has latched onto the back of Popov. We are on our last lap. White flag last time by. We are on the last lap. And Santiago Fernandez is going to throw everything at it here. Here he comes into turn 8. Gave it a go, was not close enough. Thought he might try and round him up on the outside. But Popov covering that now. Santiago looked to square off the exit a little bit, see if he could get the hammer down. And that has allowed Michael Costello to close up just a little bit here. Here we go, last time into this really tricky final complex of corners down through turn 11. Popov under attack from Santiago Fernandez, and Costello right there as well. One mistake by anybody, it's game over. Here we go, onto the front straight. The mistake looked to be from Costello. Popov will hang on over Fernandez. Costello 3rd, Mate Casieres in 4th. Mauro Herrera and Suelio Almeida able to get through on that last lap on Emma Scarborough. That was that scrum over in turns 2 and 3. Oh, what a shame. How cool would it have been for Emma Scarborough in her first race to end up in the top 5, still in 7th and in that race the whole time. What an incredible battle we have seen here. And Alex Popov showing that experience, counts, managing things beautifully, and brings it home with a win. Santiago Fernandez gave it everything he possibly could, just couldn't find a way around on Alex. But Santiago Fernandez, that's a name I think we're going to be hearing a bit about here in the future. Really fast. We saw what he did in that qualifying session, putting it on pole in only his 2nd time racing F4 cars. So great job for him. And Michael Costello proving to be Mr. Rebound here after problems in that qualifying, coming back twice to end up on the podium, having to fight through the field. Mate Casieres, everybody's talked very highly about the young Uruguayan, and man, did she deliver. And we know what she's for real, as is Mauro Herrera, ending up in the 5th spot. Then Suelio Almeida and Emma Scarborough in her first time out at 15 years of age, doing an absolutely superb job. And then, of course, Christian Garduño with the car damaged in that incident. Too damaged to continue. So, wow. What a couple of days of racing here in round 6 of the FARA Championship Series. The Hankook 300 weekend here. Just phenomenal what we have seen unfold here. Once again, got to say a huge thank you to all the volunteers, the corner marshals that have been spending 3 days, considering some testing time out around this track. Huge thank you to you, to all the volunteers that make this happen. I've got to give a big shout out here to the most unsung heroes in the sport, the crews. They put in such long hours fixing cars, setting cars up, not only providing a driver with a fast car, but more importantly, a safe car. A huge shout out to them. Of course, a big shout out to all the sponsors, most notably here this weekend, Hankook Tire, for their support of this Hankook 300 weekend. But Fixie Wheels, Colosso, Chicago Atlantic, Row Motor Oil, Southern Golf Cars, Pilsen Lager, the Race Taylor, doing an incredible job as well. Huge thank you to all of you fans that came out and were part of this, watching this weekend here. We appreciate it so much. We know with the rain and the heat, to have you here, a big thank you to our food trucks that came out and did a fabulous job as well. Personally, I would like to say a huge shout out, not just to the Driver's Eye live crew, Zach, who was cutting all of the action for us and all the efforts here, but also a big thank you to Brendan Kazmarek for stepping in, helping me out, as well as sitting up here and sort of overseeing the whole production, doing a great job helping me out in that Enduro. Hope to work with you again, my friend. That was a lot of fun. And of course, to all of our competitors, certainly to all of our winners and to our podium finishers, a huge congratulations, but a huge congratulations and thank you to every one of our competitors for coming out and making this such a spectacular weekend and a great season to date. Now, just in case those of you aren't aware of it here, there has been another round that has been announced here for FARA USA, and it will be December 16th and 17th at no less a legendary venue than Sebring International Raceway. So if you've got an opportunity to come and watch and be a part of it that weekend, you're not going to want to miss it. These cars, Enduro racing on the bumps of Sebring, it is going to be spectacular. So remember, Sebring, December 16th and 17th, final race of the 2023 FARA Championship season. So make sure you check that out. With that, we're going to wrap things up here on our stream. Again, first weekend ever streaming FARA Championship action, and we are absolutely delighted with that. So thank you so much to everybody, and we'll wrap it up again to Brendan and to the entire Driver's Eye Live crew and to everybody involved. I'm Greg Creamer. It's been a treat. Whatever you do, heading home, please be safe, and look forward to you guys attending and watching here December from Sebring. Until then, take good care, everybody.